Hi, hello, I'm here, I promise. You might hear doubling for a second. Don't even worry about it. Hi, hello. Yep, there we go. I'm just checking audios. Doppler's here too. Say hi, Doppler.
Hi.
Yippee! Go over here. There we go. Put my crown on. I had business to take care of before stream.
Very important business.
Very important business, and that business was being lost and fighting for my life in the bathroom. So, you know how it is.
Sometimes that's how it be.
You know how it is. And then I got cut off watching a documentary. And then I saw it was 7:55 and I was like, oh fuck. Listen, it was very interesting. Oh shit, let me get the hey, guess what, everybody? Discord is live. You wanted it, you asked for it. Yippee. Here it is. It's
guess
here
what I
now.
have to do?
Well, it's okay.
I feel like
hello.
I always forget to join all of the Discords.
Oh, you don't have to. It's okay.
But I wanna.
Oh, if you wanna, then that's a different story.
I'll deal with it later, though.
There you go. It's now in the chat. There you go, everybody. Hello, hi, March. And so now we'll do this properly. Doppler, would you like to introduce yourself? Instead of 3 hours into the stream.
Hello, everybody. My name is Doppler. I'm a pre-debut PNG tuber. I can't wait to stream for you guys one day, but for now, I will be joining my beautiful friends.
Yay! This is my other lovely wife. I love her so much. We are, it's in our little net of friends. It's me, Doppler, and Ami are all very big visual novel people.
I love it when they put people on the screen and they talk to me.
Either with Ultima games or just going through general visual novels. All of it is delicious.
It is.
Oh, hi, welcome in. Hello, Ami. There we are.
Oh, Ami.
Hello, my love. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Mama.
Yes, and so we have, I mean, obviously we have a love of all types of visual novels, but me and Ami love to talk extensively on any form of yaoi visual novel. And then I have Doppler for our yuri.
Yeah.
But don't get it twisted. We like boys kissing too, but now yes. Not time for the boys. Boys, get them out of here.
Get the boys out of here.
Get them out of here. I don't want to see a man. I want to see women. I want to see some women. Okay, let me get that loaded up. Okay, bye.
Goodbye, Ami.
Goodbye. Get out of here. All right, let me load it up.
No, Ami, you're the exception. If I can hang out for you guys' yaoi streams, you can stay for our Yuri stream.
I guess. Where is my... You know, this
I
is
did
where
truly enjoy you guys' cat boys the other day.
Can't have shit in Detroit. You're okay. Yeah, bye. Did you love it? We were on a fun, spicy part.
I liked the guy. So I'm gonna be honest. I haven't been keeping up with the Lamento. So I don't know them. I don't know who they are.
That's okay. That's okay.
But that guy was hot.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really the white hair. Yeah. That's right. Can you see on Discord?
I can.
Okay, cool. I also like that guy. Yeah. I like that guy a lot. There's so in Lamento there's 3 main love interests.
Okay.
And then there's the bad ends, you know. So there's others There's Asatasu. There's others that you have encounters with, but they're not fun. You know? They're not on the fun side. They're all the bad ends. Because you can technically get with all the demons, but not consensually.
Oh my god.
So that's why we're just doing the good end for right now, because if I were to show the bad ends, it would just all be censored constantly.
I see.
They're fun if you're a hashtag freak, and that's true. They're fun to look at, but and also from story oh my god, like the story with them, so fucking good, so good. I swear, I promise, the story is really great, but it's like yeah, it's hard to read sometimes, and especially on stream, it's just like, it's not gonna be fun. I decided it wouldn't be fun for the audience, because you would just be pretty much looking at the censor the entire time. Yeah, and I also don't want to make people too uncomfortable with some of the descriptors, and some of these bad ends can get a little graphic, so yeah. So we decided just do the good ends, and if you really want to play it for yourself, I'll send you how to download Lamento. It's been passed down it's been passed down through sacred forums for years. You don't really know the experience of trying to get these games until you have been deep within the DeviantArt forums. That is like, it was DeviantArt, it was WordPress, I think. Yes. Generations after generations have fought for this Lamento. Because yeah, Lamento, if you didn't know, it didn't have an official English release. It's only in JP.
I feel like I do remember hearing y'all talk about that.
Yeah. So any chance of it getting an localization and an official translation is not gonna happen because Jas does not like Lamento.
Interesting.
They just don't give a shit about Lamento. They'll do fucking Space Station 13 mayhaps. They just really don't give a shit about Lamento unless it's like peddling merch and like anniversary merch, like for real. They're like, I don't know what that is. Look, there's dramatical murder. I'm like, I see. I've played it a lot. Yeah. But again, now's not the time for that. Who cares about men?
Dude, that is not what we're here for.
It's time for women. It's time for women. Thinking about the con we were recently, it was like, no, don't. Yes, 100%. I think we talked about this in a where is it? There it is. We talked about this in the stream where we were talking about our trip, and how literally like the Jas Blue company was there, and they're the company that localizes, translates, and handles all like the English side of Nitro games. And they're literally like, don't talk about like any of the BL games. They're like, don't fucking ask us, like with a gun to our heads, like don't you dare ask us about it. Yeah. They were like really defensive about it. I'm like, just like, whoa, okay.
like we will have you escorted out. Actually.
Yeah, just like, whoa, because the only thing they were advertising were like, you know, their usual like hentai visual novels that they have and stuff like that. Because they don't just do BL, they do so many types of things. But yeah, they're like, don't fucking talk to us about any of those. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Anyway. Okay. Women. Are you guys ready? Are you guys excited? So because I want to see men kiss, I'm the bad guy? Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
All right. Where were we last? We were on... Oh, yeah, Henny. I have to remember how to do accents. Yeah. I don't remember. And I didn't listen to a visual guide. Who needs localization when you got pictures like these? Music is a little loud? Okay. I'll turn it down a bit. It should be, I mean, obviously it should be a little quieter now, but I'll turn it down just a little for you. The intro is a little loud, but it should be fine now. There you go. Let me know how that is. Alright. If Micah slept poorly that night, then she was not the only one. Unbeknownst to Micah, Henny was finding it similarly hard to escape into a warm embrace of sleep. Henny's day had been a busy one, and she was still reeling from it all. Sitting upright in her own bed, Henny found herself turning the events of her own day over in her mind. Oh, new background. Oh my god.
Ooh.
It had been in the very early hours of the morning that Henny had finally made her way to Augsburg. Transported there by the kindly merchant she had met during her meanderings in the forest. Henny had thanked the merchant profusely for his help, and had then set about looking for Walter Gerhardt's home. Henny knew its location well, though she had only been there twice before. It was a large, imposing building, one of the finest in the vicinity, which could have rivaled the Von Essen home, but it was much more modern in construction. It was not the sort of house one could forget in a hurry. I love this background.
Yeah, it's very pretty. The wee hours of the morning.
The wee hours. The sun had begun to rise in increments as Henny walked through Augsburg's streets, and it turned a marvelous shade of pinkish red as Henny arrived at Walter Gerhardt's doorstep. The sunrise was very beautiful, but Henny hadn't been afforded the time to gawp and stare. I've never heard of gawp.
Really?
Yeah.
That's one I've heard before.
I've heard of gape and like a gape, or
it's almost like a mix of gape and gawk.
Yeah, gawk was the other word I was thinking of. I never heard of gawp. Are we gonna see him? Maybe.
Damn, men.
She had more important matters to attend to. We don't need men. Walter's maids had been beginning to stir when Henny set her knuckles to the door and rapped, anxious all the while. Sorry, I was just thinking, briefly popped into my head. It's like, yeah, she started throwing down some beats. She like knocks on the door and it's just like... Sorry.
No shit, that's so funny.
All the while that she would be taken for a beggar and turned away. Henny's clothes, once neatly pressed, had endured quite the battering during her wanderings in the woods. Her apron had been torn and flecked with dirt, and the soles of her shoes were encrusted with the stuff. She's just so cute. I love her so much.
Yeah.
Henny's cheeks and hands had been marred with cuts, and her fingernails had been rendered opaque with mud. She had looked so very grimy, she would have not been at all surprised if Walter's servants had called the bailiffs on her. Her appearance had not been one which would inspire confidence, nor invitations inside Walter's spacious drawing room. Henny had fretted that Walter's housekeeper might send her away in disgrace. Despite her fears, however, Henny had refused to move. It had been too important that she speak to Walter, that she speak to somebody. She had known, as she stood there, that she needed somebody to listen to her. Henny had knocked and knocked, her knuckles sore against the wood, until she had finally heard the sound of oncoming footsteps. The door had opened, and before Henny stood Walter's housekeeper, a tall, austere woman called Gertrude Schreiber, who Henny had met twice before. Henny had recognized Gertrude, and all her straight blonde hair. For a housekeeper, she was unusually young, but it had taken Gertrude several moments longer to recognize Henny. She had appeared ready to slam the door in Henny's begrimed face, her expression one of revulsion, until Henny called out to her.
Oh, please don't be alarmed. I know what it looks like, but I'm not a beggar. It's me, Henrik, Lady Micah's maid. I've come here on her behalf to let you know there's been an accident. A horrible accident. I need to speak with your master. I need to speak to your master at once. It's very important. Please let me have a word with Herr Gerhardt.
Henny's cries for help must have been effusive enough to thaw even Gertrude's icy exterior, for the housekeeper's expression had eventually softened. Gertrude promised in clipped tones that she would allow Henny to speak to her master, but not before she made herself presentable. Whoa! Hell yeah! Oh my god! Slay! Oh my god. Do you want to read for her, or do you want me to?
I can.
Yeah,
I can. I don't care what it is that you've been through. You might have been savaged by wolves in the forest for all I care. Whatever it is you have endured, I will not let you see my master like that. It would reflect poorly upon me as his housekeeper if I let all the riffraff off the streets into his home.
God, she's so hot.
You will need a bath first, at the very least.
I'm sure, I mean, I know the urgency in that, but I'm sure Hetty would appreciate it regardless.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
And we must do something about your clothes, too. Why, you look as though you've been dragged through a hedge backwards.
Yeah. Not my type, but she looks sick. Move the fuck over, then. Get out of my way. Henny tried to impress upon Gertrude the importance of what it was she had to communicate. There are things more important than clothes. But Gertrude, being Gertrude, had none of it. Icily unimpressed by Henny's pleas, Gertrude had made it clear that Henny would have a bath at least before she would be allowed within spitting distance of her master. What if I could spit like real far?
Impressive. This is a great privilege, you know. Hot water is a rare commodity.
True.
My own girls are not often afforded this luxury. You ought to be grateful.
And is she a mother? Oh my god. I am.
No, she's probably talking about the maids, because she's the, like...
Oh, sure. Yeah. But what if she was? Then she could be a hot
I mean,
MILF.
also, why not both? Why not both?
Yeah, so true. Henny was grateful, she supposed, that Gertrude had allowed her into Gerhard's home at all, but she had been less so sorry, I misread that. But she had been less so at her insistence that her news could wait until all the dirt had been scrubbed from between her fingers and toes. Henny had known full well while she bathed that Micah could have been languishing in a prison cell, or worse still, being put to death. Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What if she could spit on me? Real as fuck. It had taken almost 2 hours before Gertrude was satisfied by Henny's appearance, at which point the sun had risen and the last vestiges of night had been swept away. Henny had not been permitted a chance to sleep through the night, save for a brief spell where she had been unconscious in Magdalena's cell. Though neither after her bath, her skin washed free of filth and her body shrouded in a clean uniform identical to the one which Walter's serving drudges wore. Oh my god, they're using drudges! Wow!
Wow.
I'm not gonna say what the other word is, but so fucking funny when they had that in the new season of Black Butler. Where they had it for just a moment and then they were like, wait, no, we should use another word.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe that was in the translation at all. I was like, no, keep it. I love it.
It's quite wild.
So funny. Yes, the F word.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, the other drudges is supposed to be like your, like, not like your servant, but like, so it's kind of like your errand person, you know, somebody who does just essentially just runs a bunch of errands for you. I would not necessarily the same as like a maid, but you can be made to do the same task. But the other term for drudges is FAG, so different connotation. Assistant, I guess, but I sometimes I think of assistant as like, you know, it's kind of like assistant feels nicer, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But yeah, anyway, secretary is a little too nice. It's kind of closer in line with like a servant personally, but you know, that's not everybody. Assistant derogatory. Yes, there you go.
Yes, exactly.
Henny still felt exhausted to the point of delirium. Henny had been so tired she had feared she would collapse before she was able to properly explain to Walter the dangers his fiancée had found herself in. Oh yes, the dangers. But Henny had known she had to try. Oh my god, hey! Wow! Oh my god. He looks like they pulled him straight out of Castlevania.
Literally.
Still less derogatory than the word they used to use. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But it wasn't derogatory at that time. But it is now, so we're not going to say it. Oh, look at Henny all cleaned up.
I know, I was about to say, look at her.
Cute. Oh, yeah, and she's really pushing the girls up. Yeah. Oh, my God. Wow. Hi. Oh, my God. Hey.
Wow.
She looks so cute. Hey, God, those eyebrows are so thick. I love them. And look at those lashes. Oh my God.
I love being bisexual.
I know. This is a great time for us.
It really is.
I'll save you, girl. I'll take your place. The jawline, yeah.
Literally.
It had been a little after 9 o'clock that Henny had been permitted entry to Walter Gerhardt's study, wherein she found the master of the manor, cleanly shaven and sipping a cup of tea. Walter had seemed surprised to see Henny and had regarded her initially with some confusion. Do you want me to do Walter? Or?
Yeah, probably better for you to do Walter.
Okay, I have 2 hands.
So sorry.
Oh, and like this softer face that he has too in this sprite. Oh my God, it looks so good.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
I mean, can I say I'm surprised after seeing all the other art?
I know, for real.
But also, like, damn.
All the art is extraordinary, but I'm also like, Huck's hair. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Let me scooch in the middle real quick. He's like, he's like, hold on, let me get in there. Just gonna go right here. Excuse me. Goodness me. I did not think when Gertrude said I had a visitor that it would be you. Oh, I can't keep a good German. No, I'm not
keep a good German.
I'm not gonna try it because it would be like it would fail so quick. I just need to like hear it first before I like start reading things.
It is A-okay.
You're Frau Hamlik, correct? My mic is made. And he had not liked the way that Walter said my Micah.
Neither did I, don't worry, Hitting.
The wedding had yet to be held, and now perhaps it would never be. But she had swallowed her distaste regardless.
Ami, you still have pants on?
She had always been trying to tell Micah, after all, that she should be happy at her future wedding to Walter. Walter was a good man, Henny had told herself. A gentleman, despite his lowly origins. He had been born from nothing. With a series of shrewd investments, had built himself an empire. My God, he's a businessman. Wow. Says it needs to be a good German, huh? It is with the bad German. Oh my, oh my Fräulein. It's not happening. I'm gonna sound like a little German boy. This house full of content 7. Oh my God. He cared for Micah. The possessive manner in which he spoke of her proved it. Oh my God, don't say that. He would surely rush her aside once he knew of her plight. That had been Henny's hope, at least, as she stood in Walter's study.
Yes, that's right, Herr Gerhard. I'm Henrik. I'm flattered that a great man as you remembers a lowly maid like me.
But of course I remember you. We've not been afforded the opportunity to speak, but you and my Micah are as thick as thieves. Be possessed of me, I mean, huh?
Like a little German boy.
One can scarcely be seen without the other. In that sense, you're very like a pair of conjoined twins. Sorry, I was distracted by his face. You could be a modern medical marvel, almost. Walter had laughed at this, a sound which had seemed rather inappropriate to Henny after she had endured so many horrors the night prior.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Walter had not yet known, of course, about the bandits and the bloody violence they had wrought in Magdalena. But Henny thought, oh, he could at least have looked concerned that his fiancée, who had been supposed to visit him the day prior, was nowhere in evidence. Did he not care that Micah had vanished, seemingly into thin air? Perhaps he had consoled himself, as all men of great import do, but that nothing had gone wrong, that nothing could go wrong given his vast riches. He must have reassured himself the night prior that Micah's carriage had been waylaid by some innocent purpose, perhaps a faulty wheel or a need for new horses. He had not, after all, been worrying of Micah and her welfare. He did not care. Speaking of which... Okay, don't get too cozy. Henny is also taken by the three of us back on Pretty Boy. He reminds me of the blue reverberation from the Library of Ruina. I would have to look that up. That sounds interesting. Speaking of which... Walter had leaned forward in his chair, his laughter ceasing, to examine Henny with a newfound degree of thought. I do not see your twin with you right now. It's my lovely Micah not in your company. About that... Oh, don't tell me she fell sick on the journey here. That'd be truly heartbreaking. I'd hate to think of my dear fiancé convalescing in some miserable inn on the roadside.
No, that isn't quite it. You say...
Then she is not sick?
Bro, let her speak.
I know, bro. I could post the blue reverse sign in the Discord. Yeah, go for it. The way he's talking about Micah making me itchy. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Where in the devil is she then? Don't tell me she's having cold feet. Did she send you here, Frau Heinrich, to break my heart in her stead? It seems unlike Micah, her being one of the fairest of her sex, gross. But if her parents are having second thoughts...
It isn't that either. Lady Micah's not sick, but I'm afraid she might be... And irreversibly so, if you don't do nothing to save her. Oh, Herr Gerhard, it's awful what happened. You'll hardly believe it. If you've seen what I've seen, if you knew what I knew, then... Oh, it was horrible. It was simply horrible, like something from a nightmare. We were traveling through the woods, Herr Gerhard, the von Essens and me, your Micah included, and we were set upon by bandits. They stormed the carriage and they demanded... I don't rightly remember, but they asked for all sorts. They asked for jewels, and when that weren't enough, they went after the gold. And when that weren't enough, they took out their blades and... By Jove. See, he says things like that makes him more British than German.
Honestly, he's feeling more British than German.
That's what I would say. Because also Micah is a von Essen too, and she's supposed to be German as well. But from what I know, they're raised more British. So I don't. Walter's face by this point had turned very pale. All traces of merriment summarily dispersed. They didn't harm my Micah, did they?
They meant to, Herr Gerhard, but they couldn't finish the job. They made short work of Lord and Lady von Essen, and their coachman too, the poor bastard. But they didn't get their grubby hands on Lady Micah. I saw to that. I took her hand during the hubbub and led her out into the woods. We ran and we ran and we ran. The bandits were fast and they gained on us. I feared all was lost, but then...
Walter leant closer still, almost driving his elbow into his half-drunk cup of Earl Grey as he did so. What's happened, Frau Henrik? Surely you and Micah must have survived. Else you would not be standing here now, looking shaken, I admit, but in one piece. Please tell me my Micah was all right.
What is to say? Henny had thought of nothing save talking to Walter Gerhardt over... Yes. Henny had thought of nothing save talking to Walter Gerhardt over since her flight from... Wait, yeah? This sentence confuses me. Since her flight from Magdalena's abode. But at this crucial moment, she had found herself quite at a loss. How could she tell Walter Gerhardt of Magdalena? It sounded ridiculous, sort of tale which could exist only within the pages of penny dreadfuls. Dracula was a well-known figure even among the literati who considered gothic horror beneath them, but he had no place in polite society. Yeah, Henny, you're more of a man than he is. Hell yeah. Protect your lady. One did not simply discuss vampires out in the open, in oak-paneled studies such as Walter's, not to well-dressed, wealthy men who had made their fortunes in mundane affairs like the railways. And he did not know Walter particularly well, but she could tell from his clothes and his demeanor that he fancied himself a staunch rationalist. It had been immediately obvious that such a man would never hold with vampires. Even Henny herself, being born into a superstitious mother who wore about her neck a lucky rabbit's foot, could scarcely credit what she had seen. It had been blatantly unbelievable. She would not have believed it were she in Walter's position. She had no choice but to, after all she had witnessed. She had seen those bandits torn to pieces before her eyes, smelt their blood, and heard their screams. Their deaths had imprinted themselves upon her eyelids like a tableau. She saw it when she blinked, her thoughts steeped in crimson. How could she make Walter see what she had seen? How could she make him understand? Henny had feared it would be a tall order, particularly given her limited vocabulary. Micah had always been better at describing things than she, but she had known she had to try. As there was nothing else for it, Henny had forced herself to swallow down her anxiety. It had tasted strangely enough of cod liver oil, and began her missive. She told Walter of the mysterious woman who had come to their rescue, who had pulverized the skulls and the spines of the pursuing bandits as a child might crumple crepe?
Yeah.
Crepe paper? So like, I would assume, like origami, or?
It's almost like, you know, the tissue paper that you use for presents?
Oh, I see.
Similar to that, I think, if I had to describe it.
I see.
It's a very thin, like fragile kind of paper. Yeah.
She told him of awakening in a dark cell with only one window, of meeting Magdalena, and of the ultimatum Micah had struck with her. And he had relayed a good deal of information to Walter, and as she had seen him shifting. Walter had examined her, not with fear, as she had hoped, but with something far harder to ascertain. Was it perplexity, perhaps? Or worse, pity? And he had known, even before Walter spoke, that it was a lost cause. Convincing Walter of Micah's plight had been her only task, and she had failed. She had not been able to sway him. He had not believed her. It was quite the tale, Frau Henrik. No, it isn't a tale. It's true, I tell you. Every last word of it. Lady Micah has been imprisoned by a vampire and... If I don't act in quickly, she will be drained of all blood and will soon die. Yes, I did hear. It would be awful indeed were it true, but... It is true, Herr Gerhardt. I swear it's true on my own mom's life. I wouldn't tell such a great pack of fibs, not over something so important. I can't imagine that you would, no. I know little of you, but I'm aware of your loyalty to my Micah. She trusts you with their life, or so I've gathered. More so than she trusts me. Yeah, I wonder why. She flinches away from all of my caresses. She isn't half so cold towards your affections. Jealous. Jealous. And surely you must be able to see that I'm being honest. This is a matter of life and death. A lady's very life is at stake.
Yes, indeed, I understand.
I don't feel like you do.
Yeah, I know. I like this expression too, where he's just like,
oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
Well, you sent out a search party then. It isn't too late. Micah's life might still be spared if only you act.
I suppose it would be in your best interest to believe that, yes. Dum Spiro Sparrow and all that. It's, to...
I've never heard that in my life, but okay.
Hold on. To fucking, fuck! Oh, my Latin is failing me! Oh, hold on, we're gonna learn together. We're gonna learn to... While I breathe, I hope. That's it. I was like, it's like, believe? Yeah, I got it.
I see.
While I breathe, I hope. There we go. Learning is power. There we go. Posted pictures of him and the blue reverberation side by side on the Discord. They have a very similar outfit. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna look. Oh, yeah. Oh, he looks so cool. Oh my god. I love this. Love this fit. And you too can see if you join the Discord. And you too can see what I'm talking about if you join the Discord. Alright.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, forgive me, my bad at it. Oh, cool, he says it for us. And shut up, you pompous dick. Oh, forgive me and my high tongue. Whatever, it's Latin. Cicero. It means while I breathe, I hope. As you survived your ordeal, Frau Henrik, it would behoove you to cling to the belief that the young Lady von Essen might still be alive. But alas. Seems rather unlikely, don't you think, after all you have related?
No, Herr Gerhard. What I said is nothing but the truth. You have to believe me.
And like I said, I do believe you. About the bandits, at least. Unfortunate, though, that it is. And it really is a bloody business. I can accept, however, unwillingly, that this did indeed come to pass. It is not inconceivable that Lord and Lady von Essen met their demise thus. Vita incerta mors certissima. Which is through death of something. As for
you might say it again.
Yeah, as for your talk of empires, however, this is something I cannot accept. No sensible man could. What you have related would go down very well, I am certain, in the company of writers. You are a careless, feckless sword. This is a great word. But it will hold. This is why I think he's British. Like, who else is gonna say that?
Right, literally.
But it held no water with me. You must have hit your head, Frau Henrik, while running from these bandits. That, or your fear has undone you. Not that I blame you. Let's make him more haughty, too. You must have endured a good deal for a member of the fairer sex. While even most men, I fear, would have gone to pieces, circumstances being what they are. Your thoughts have been addled, your delusions.
Walter had stressed this word, his fingers steepled together upon his escritoire?
Yeah, escritoire.
Escritoire?
I don't know what it means, but I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it.
About vampires are nothing more than a coping mechanism to soften the reality of the situation. Micah too must have perished.
What? No. Oh, Gerhard, please. Henny had tried to appeal to Walter's sympathies, but in vain. One look at Walter's countenance, now closed off, had told Henny all she needed to know.
Walter had thought her quite insane. I think a spell of bed rest would do you some good, Frau Henrik. Though you are not one of my servants, I'm not so very unkind that I would cast you out onto the streets. You have witnessed horrors that I can only guess at. I am very sorry for your loss. And what were going to be your parents-in-law, too. This is very casual about this, sir.
Yeah.
You may remain here if you wish, for as long as you feel you need to. Get some rest and do try to calm down. An escritoire is a type of desk. Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
I will summon a physician to look over you in the meanwhile, to see if anything is awry. I suppose I also summon the police once you have a chance to rest, so you might give them an account of what you witnessed in the woods. They will be very interested in the fates of Lord and Lady von Essen, and of my Micah too. I would advise you against telling them of all this malarkey about vampires, however. I fear they may be less understanding than I, and you may be hauled into an asylum for your troubles. I would not want you to be incarcerated, Frau Henrik. I doubt my Micah would want that either. It is a miracle you were able to escape with your life. Do not waste it. Remember, O quam cito transit gloria mundi. Shut the fuck up.
Like, sir, if you don't stop.
Now, you are dismissed. Gertrude will show you to your new lodgings if you will be so kind.
Yes, Herr Gerhard. Right away, sir.
Gertrude had been standing in one corner of Walter's study, as unobtrusive as a houseplant, made to escort Henny to the servants' quarters. Henny had cast her gaze back on Walter before she left, her brow furrowed. Look at this man in the picture.
I was trying not to interrupt. I was like, oh my god.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Art is a spectrum.
Just like, goddamn. Walter had begun to sip once more at his breakfast tea, as though he had not a care in the world. This sight of Walter drinking his tea as if it were any other Monday morning had filled Henny with a sudden urge to take the teapot and upend its contents all over Walter's officious-looking face. But powerful though this urge was, Henny had abstained. And what would that accomplish? It would not help Micah.
Probably make you feel better.
Yeah, you know, just a little treat. Just a little treat. And then he would have to go change. Those clothes would be ruined. Oh my god. His whole day would be over. Making an enemy of Walter Gerhard would only serve to render Henny homeless, cast out onto the streets with nowhere else to turn. Begrudgingly, Henny followed Gertrude, the door of Walter's study closing behind her with a thud. Henny had then spent the rest of the day convalescing in bed in the dingy servants' quarters. Walter was a man of his word, if nothing else, and he had summoned a physician later in the day to look Henny over. This physician gave Henny a brief examination, then declared that she was physically fit, but mentally exhausted. Yeah, no shit. Go ahead.
A day or two of bed rest would do her good. She has something of a fever, and she seems distracted.
The physician's report had been so mild, Henny could have laughed in his face. Was it any wonder she seemed distracted, when even now Micah, her Micah, not Walter's, hell yeah!
Not Walter's!
was in Magdalena's thrall, languishing, in all likelihood, in a dungeon? Henny had wished to fly to Micah's side, but she could not. She was more exhausted than she had anticipated, and lying down made it more so. Dazed and disoriented, Henny had begun to drift in and out of slumber. Her dreams were broken, yet largely featured Micah, her eyes wide, lips parted in a horrible scream. Yeah-huh? Listen, Henny, we could, hey, why not, you come back to Magdalena's mansion, and then you just be the housemaid for the girlies, and then we can all kiss.
It's just that easy.
It's
literally.
just that easy. Why do you need to be in a man's house? You don't need to be there. Who cares about this guy? You know what's more important? Women.
Women.
I love women. Oh, hold on. Okay, we're good. There we go. Sorry, I was fixing my face. There we are.
You're good.
Henny had slept so much during the day that when night fell, she had found herself unable to rest. Walter's scullery maids, upon arriving in their quarters, had regarded Henny with some surprise. They fell upon her with curious questions, all buzzing excitedly, like so many moths drawn to a brightly flickering flame. "Where are you from?" the girls asked, and "when did you arrive here? And how long will you be here?" Henny had been in no fit state to answer these queries, however. She had been almost relieved when the sour-faced Gertrude came to scold her underlings for their rowdy misconduct.
"Oh, do leave Frau Heinrich alone. She has had a trying series of days by all accounts, and she needs to rest. That is what Herr Gerhardt has decreed, and I will not have any of you naughty girls disobeying his orders."
Oh my God, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. "Now, stop with your silly chatter. I doubt Frau Heinrich much wants to listen to you, and your friendly overtures are all in vain. She is not one of our servants, and I doubt she will be staying here much longer."
Gertrude's stern address seemed to do the trick, for the maids kept a wide berth from Henny throughout the night. They talked among themselves and played cards, and only occasionally did they glance to look at her, curious, no doubt, about these trying days Henny had endured. The maids had eventually begun to yawn, and at 10 o'clock they took to their beds, snuffling snores and creaking bed frames soon filling the room. The 6 scullery maids in Walter's... Why the need for the scullery?
Why?
Walter's employee all slept, but Henny found she could not.
Oh, she's so cute!
Oh, look at her!
I love this little nightgown. Oh my God, it's so cute.
Henny's literally the cutest
She's
ever.
the cutest person in the whole world. I love her. She's just so round.
Yeah.
Restless and agitated, Henny now found herself standing by the window. Suddenly feeling claustrophobic, she unlatched it, and she let her arms rest upon the sill and look out into the streets. The sky outside was black as pitch and scattered with stars, the moon round and full. Moonlight played against Henny's cheek, turning it paler than it already was, while a cool breeze caressed her hair. One of the maids who slept closest to the window, Agnes, Henny thought her name was, stirred in her sleep, perhaps disturbed by the open window. Her eyelids, however, did not flutter. Henny afforded the girl only a brief glance before returning her gaze once more to the night sky. Somewhere out there, sequestered away in the woods, was Micah. Somewhere out there. Henny was certain that Micah lived still, and that, as surely as Henny was thinking of her friend was thinking of her.
Don't worry, Micah.
Henny murmured under her breath, so as to not wake Walter's scullery mates. Turned to the cook. Why the need for this? Just like every time.
Yeah, literally.
Does it mean something else that I'm not aware of? Hold on. We're gonna
maybe it's like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a tier type.
Maybe. I guess so. A scullery.
I want you to know.
Is a...
I now have
yes.
I now have to watch An American Tale.
You're welcome. Somewhere out there. A scullery is a separate kitchen area or room used for washing dishes, utensils, and other kitchen equipment. Oh, so it is a tier.
I see.
Okay. Why is it called a scullery? Comes from the Latin word for wooden platter, scutra, or the Old Norse skola, to wash. Wow.
Okay.
I see. Okay, so it's intentional. It's not. I see.
Yeah. It's not
right.
like derogatory.
Yeah. Okay.
We're like, why are they being so mean to these girls?
I'm like, what the hell? I was like, does it mean something I'm not aware of? Yes, it does. It's referring, it is a specific type of maid. I see. I'm understanding.
Every day is learning.
Every day is learning. And that's what you come to this channel for, to learn and to see women kiss.
Yeah.
Henny murmured under her breath so as to not wake Walter's scullery maids. Her face turned to the cold. Scullery is where they keep all the skulls, obviously.
I have not forgotten you. I never will. I'll find a way to rescue you, with or without Herr Gerhard's help. You don't need him, not when you have me.
Hell yeah!
It's so true.
Hell yeah!
You know,
I mean, that was always true.
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting to think that you might have been right about him.
Here, Henny allowed herself to smile, though the situation was not at all that funny.
He isn't a worthy husband for you. I don't give a damn that he can speak Latin. There are many, many other qualities I'd rather have in a man.
So true.
So true.
You deserve much better.
Cut 2! Hell yeah. Okay, we're back. We're back with the girlies.
Oh, yeah.
The next few days passed with such an intolerable slowness that Micah felt as though she had been imprisoned in Magdalena's abode for a small eternity. It was hard for Micah to know the precise length of her incarceration, for she had no calendar to consult. She did not even know what precise hour it was, the carriage clock in her dusty morgue of a bedroom being frozen for all perpetuity at 10 minutes past midday or midnight. During these dreary days, Micah fell into something of a routine. She awoke with the chirping of the birds, when the shafts of sunlight were beginning to sneak through the gaps in her curtains, cutting golden grooves against the aged carpet. Upon waking, Micah would discover a tray left on her bedside, laden with tea and pastries. Breakfast always came with a brief, interpretive note written in Magdalena's now familiar hand. Eat. Micah consumed her breakfast, then set about her ablutions? Ablutions? Interesting. She washed her face in the basin and her hair, and then changed from her nightgown into one of the many dresses Magdalena had kindly bequeathed to her. After dressing, Micah would try the door handle, though with little help. It was always locked. Well, at least she tries, you know.
Yeah.
Left with little else to do, Micah whiled away her days reading. She devoured book after book as a starving man might a plate of warm, nourishing pie. Nothing was off limits for Micah, from chilling horror tales to sweeping romances, historical accounts to travel guides, philosophical tracts to collections of poetry. Micah did not much care what she read so long as it eased the drudgery of her waking hours. While reading, Micah was freed from her bedroom and, worst of all, her worries about Henny and her own looming fate which dwelt beyond it. During the day, Micah's hostess was conspicuously absent, doubtless sleeping in her own chamber, protected from the sunlight. Like a hey. Hey. Oh my god. What a lady. It wasn't until the night fell that Magdalena put an appearance in Micah's chamber, her hands laden with Micah's dinner. Magdalena sat upon Micah's bed and observed her while she ate, and from time to time she would talk, her voice light and lilting and almost sweet. Magdalena asked Micah about the books she had been reading, and though Micah had been initially reluctant, she soon found herself responding. Part of Micah feared if she did not talk, her vocal cords would begin to rust from disuse, much like the keyhole that sealed her window shut. Micah's got a very interesting outfit. It's technically Magdalena's outfit. Which, slay. I love it.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's very good. Look at how it makes her waist so small. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Oh, I don't think I read that one. My bad. Yes. She needed some opportunity to speak aloud, to assure herself that she was still alive despite all the odds. In time, too, Micah found that she was not speaking to Magdalena solely from a sense of obligation. Magdalena's company was not entirely unpleasant, and she tactfully chose not to remind Micah of her plans to eat her, that was. Magdalena had not spoken of drinking Micah's blood for several days, however. It seemed almost as though she'd forgotten about it, content instead to play at being a hostess. Micah had once feared Magdalena, but as the days passed, her anxiety began to wane. It was hard work being on edge all the time. Magdalena was so unfailingly polite, Micah sometimes caught herself wondering whether they might have been friends, had they met under other circumstances.
Oh, her little smile.
You know. Then Micah would catch Magdalena's gaze and see once more how red her eyes were, as red as violence, and she would start. Magdalena had not killed her yet, but she surely would. Someday soon perhaps. She would tire of talking about Goth and Schlegel? Yes.
Schlegel?
Schlegel? And Eckerman, and then she would show her true colors. She would take Micah's jaw betwixt her gloved fingers and bring her teeth to Micah's throat. Oh. And she would bite, and she would drink. Oh. God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Micah's blood would be drained from her body until she turned cold, numb and still and insensible.
Well, maybe not that part.
Maybe not that part, but you know, the beginning of it sounds great. How could they ever hope to be friends under such circumstances? They could not even be acquaintances. It was unthinkable that anything could develop between. Foreshadowing is so funny. They were nothing but captor and a captive, a jailer and a prisoner.
Uh-huh.
Promise? Micah was at Magdalena's mercy, but sometimes when Magdalena spoke to her, Micah thought she could detect something in her gaze which spoke not of bloodlust, but of loneliness. It was during times like these that Micah thought they might have been so very dissimilar after all. It was later that night that Magdalena paid a visit to Micah, when the sun had set and the sky beyond Micah's bedroom window was black as pitch. Magdalena looked unusually apologetic as she let herself into Micah's room, with a light shuffling of footsteps and the familiar click of the door which she locked behind her. After slipping the key into her pocket, she turned to face Micah and spoke. Oh my god, hey. Whoa.
Oh.
This is, I love your little nightgown. Oh my god.
It's so beautiful.
It's so pretty. I think you should know why I'm here. I put this off for much too long as it is, and now it is time to take from you what I want. Already? Oh my god.
Right, like right now? Like right now?
Like right now? Wow. I'm nervous. Oh. Magdalena inhaled, and then took a few steps forth, her red eyes heavy with the seriousness of the situation. I brought you here for a purpose. It's past time I fulfilled it. I must confess, however, that I do not feel so at all good about treating such a lovely young woman so roughly. Wow, that is this cloth. Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah.
So close to being kind of sheer. It could have been if it wasn't so silky. It looks like it is. You know that real nice silk robe texture. That's what it looks like. Typically, I pursue bandits and highwaymen, brigands who deserve every iota of misfortune I inflict upon them. These are criminals, often petty crooks, nobody would miss. I make the world a better place, or so I like to tell myself by disposing of them. But I cannot tell myself the same in regards to you. This is a first for me, so forgive me if I am somewhat awkward. I've been unsure how exactly to proceed. But proceed I must. I only hope you do not take it too personally. I have no genuine desire to harm you.
Then why do it?
The question was so soft it seemed to lose its way in Micah's darkened bedchamber. Part of Micah doubted it would reach Magdalena's ears, and indeed it took the other woman a while to react, but react in time she did. I do it because I must. It is in my nature to cause others pain. Preying upon humans is simply what my kind must do if we wish to keep on living. Try not to worry overly, though, if you can help it. I'm not sadistic. I won't cause you any greater pain than I need to, and I won't kill you either. There is more I wish to take from you yet before I turn you into a corpse. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow. Women. New CD!
Oh.
Yes! Oh my god. This is so great.
Yeah.
Magdalena, sorry, I got so enraptured by her visage. She's so beautiful.
God damn.
I love this art so much! Oh, I love whatever brush they were using to paint this. I love that kind of, it's like oil paint or like acrylic. It's very textured.
Yeah, but also just like soft.
Yeah,
it's so soft.
Oh my god. Hand-holding detective put up the sensing screen. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Magdalena drew back the curtains to better illuminate Micah's chamber with the moon's milky glow, then took a seat upon the edge of the bed. The vampire reached for Micah's arm, her gloved fingers slicing through the darkness. Her digits soon seized about Micah's wrist, as firm and immovable as steel. Her grip was hard, yet she was surprisingly gentle when she turned Micah's arm upwards to reveal the white skin of her palm, her wrist. Micah had always been pale, yet she appeared even more so in the moonlight. Her skin was smooth as the interior of a conch shell, and Magdalena sighed to see it. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Oh.
You really are pretty. It almost seems a shame to mark your skin or sully it. I'm gonna start freaking it.
Me too, Ami.
But spoiling things is all I'm good for. Oh, sorry, I need a moment.
I know, right? I'm like, oh my god, I need people to stop looking at me right now.
Everybody shut your eyes for 2 seconds. I'm having a moment.
Just close them.
Not the self-loathing vampire, for one, is crazy. I love that so much. That's like my favorite. I don't care how overplayed it is. That's my favorite fucking trope.
It's overplayed because it is good.
It's so
it is
fucking good. But spoiling things is all I'm good for. Come the fuck on. That's so good. I'm crazy. I feel deranged.
Me too.
I feel insane.
I mute while I bang on my desk.
At least you'll be able to hide your injuries beneath your sleeves come the morning's light. Yeah, what's a vampire without a little self-loathing? Come on.
What?
Micah looked at Magdalena, her expression uncomprehending. Magdalena was only inches apart from her. Her face is so close, Micah could see how Magdalena's eyelids trembled. Regretful monster is a classic archetype for a reason. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite. It's like one of the best tropes in the world. Kiss, 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 kiss. Magdalena was devoid of all the self-righteous pomp which she usually conducted herself. She seemed contrite, guilty as a young child caught out by an angry parent. Micah felt for her, but still, she worried about her own fate. Did Magdalena mean to bite her? Girl, I need you to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, like I need you to catch up.
I need you. I need you to start thinking real hard. Gee, I fucking wonder. Surely she must. Surely. was the whole
Surely.
reason behind her visit at so late an hour. Micah did not understand why Magdalena was examining her arm, however, like an antiquarian might inspect an old necklace.
Aren't you,
Micah swallowed.
aren't you going to drain my blood?
Micah and Konoe not good at reading the room. Konoe, our protagonist from Lamento, who is also has never had a relationship or felt any romantic feelings in his life, suddenly shoved in by a lot of them.
Oh, literally.
Indeed I am. Must I make my intentions so plain? Magdalena smiled, but her voice was dry when she next spoke. For all the books you've read, your intelligence is nothing to boast about, Micah. That's what I'm saying.
She said, God, you are stupid.
Jesus, fuck, you read so much and you're this dumb.
She said, you are so beautiful, actually.
That's what you say to me all the time.
Look, the two of us always get it told to us, okay?
It's like, you are just so pretty. Anyway. You're so pretty, Micah.
I just thought I would clarify. I don't understand, though.
What is there to understand? It's quite a simple process to comprehend, really. Observe. Oh my god. Magdalena reached for the table, then lifted a strange silvery blade. Micah supposed she would have kept it under her as an assassin might, the blade sharp and silver in the moonlight. Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife to the inside of Micah's arm, a few inches below the bend to her elbow, then said, Damn, I thought she was just gonna use her teeth. Oh, she looks so pretty! Oh my god, what a like a little, look at her little maiden pose. Oh my god. She's so pretty. And we said this before, but the fully clothed Magdalena, like this being dressed down for her because she's not wearing her big old cloak and everything like that. Like this it's feels like, scandalous.
Yes, I'm like, oh, whoa. Okay.
Look at that dagger with the cross. Oh my god.
Yes, it's gorgeous.
Girl, she knows her theming. I will cut you with this knife, and you will bleed. Then I will collect your blood in a dish I brought with me for this very purpose. Oh, she's making it very, what's the term? Like
almost impersonal.
Yeah. Clinical is what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. It is an unusual ritual, yes, but it is not complicated. Surely a well-bred young woman like yourself can comprehend it.
I understand, but...
Micah gasped. Her breath caught in her throat as Magdalena pressed the knife's edge to her skin. Magdalena had not pressed hard enough to lacerate her skin. Not yet, at least. But the knife was hard and yielding, and the promise of pain made Micah shiver.
I thought you would be biting me, not cutting me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. We all thought. Here we are.
Wait, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. So sorry, everybody.
You're good.
Need to fix something. I love that. I love that we're all on the same wavelength. It's like, you're not gonna bite me? And she's like, no, I won't. I think there's also the thought of like, she doesn't want to like cover Micah with like bite marks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That and like, I don't know. She's very much is like, I do not want to be doing this. I have to. you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so she's like, I will make this like
The
as
less
clean cut as possible. Yeah.
The best way I don't like mar you, you know?
Right.
Which is sexy in its own way.
Mm-hmm. There's a certain care to it.
Yeah,
a certain morality.
Yeah.
And it's like morality when it comes to vampires is such a like thing.
Yeah. I love this so much about like all the like vampire rules just in general.
Yeah.
And about how they conduct themselves, because hey, in Vampire the Masquerade there's a lot of them, and it's really, really fun to get into.
Yeah, I need to consume vampires more often.
I
feel like I don't do it enough. It's just not something I find like I stumble upon often. Like whenever I do consume vampire media, it's like I love it, I do. But I don't know. I've never like I don't stumble upon it often, I guess. So
I'll have to do that later. Okay, well, never mind then. It's good, it's fine. I can never get into a relationship with a vampire IRL. It's really hard to draw blood from me. I was the final boss of blood tests for the new step back when I was in the hospital. Do you just have like those veins that are just really hard to get blood from? I've heard of this. Apparently from me, it's quite easy despite my star limbs that I have here. When I manifest a mortal form, apparently that mortal form has real easy veins. Apparently they fucking love me.
My body's made of water.
Yes. It's like, I mean, you could draw something, but it's not gonna be blood. You're just gonna go, just the rest of your form is just gonna go like into the little syringe.
Literally.
Micah looked at Magdalena's mouth. Her fangs were obscured, hidden behind her pursed lips, but Micah had seen them often enough to know how sharp they were. Magdalena's teeth had been made to rend human flesh. Why then would she resort to a knife? They can't see jack. Even when they do stick it, it immediately clots. Oh, damn. I'm so sorry. That also must be painful. Just having to like stab you a bunch of times. It seemed an unnecessary layer of obfuscation to the act of bloodletting. Perhaps it was to assuage Magdalena's guilt about what it was she was to do, or perhaps... My. Magdalena smiled, her carmine lips splitting to reveal her wickedly sharp incisors. What is this, Micah? Do you wish me to bite you?
No, that isn't it. I don't wish it. Of course I don't. But I thought that was what vampires were supposed to do.
You are so funny, Micah. Hold on, now we get to look at the image better.
It's so pretty.
Look at her all laid out in her bed like that. Oh my god. What a little maiden. Oh my god. I love this. This is a great game.
It's gorgeous. Jesus.
It's so pretty. Also, Lena is just so funny. She's like,
yeah. She's got such a sense of humor.
Yeah, I love it.
Is that not what you were known for?
I suppose we are, in all the folk stories and the legends, but I prefer to take a more pragmatic approach.
Pragmatic?
Magdalena nodded. It's much more practical to cut you. The wound will be easier to clean, and it will heal more quickly. It will be less painful, too. I mean, that's true. She's like, I'm a lady. Yeah, so what we were surmising is how she feels, too. Mm-hmm. You will thank me for my reticence, I'm sure, when we are finished here. If I were to sink my fangs into you, I fear I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Your blood smells so very sweet. I would be obliged to suck you dry. I would like things to last just a touch longer than that. Oh my fucking god. Nobody look at me right now. Everybody go away. All of you in chat, get out of here right now.
Oh, like maybe if I close my eyes, they won't see me.
You don't wish to be drained of all you have in one single session, do you? No. All of the buildup would be for naught then. Micah shook her head, shivering.
I don't wish to be drained at all.
I know you don't. I don't blame you either. Here, Magdalena's good humor seemed to fail her. She sighed, her eyes half-lidded, a frown sliding from her face like melting snow come the springtime. I don't much want to do this either. But I have no choice, as I said. This is what I must do as a vampire. Oh, I thought she said I wish to be drained all, and I was about to lose it.
Oh no.
Real as hell. I might defy our legends in some regards. I'm not wholly typical of my kind, but I am still a monster in the end. Now sit still, and do try not to squirm. I have no desire to make this more painful than it needs to be. Magdalena angled her hand so as to press the blade of the knife more snugly to Micah's skin. Inhale deeply now. One big breath. Yes, just like that. There's a good girl. This will be over before you know it. Oh my god. Micah dialogue option be like, I don't wish to be drained at all. Lie. Magdalena was as good as her word, too. Micah had scarce inhaled, drinking in a lungful of stagnant air when Magdalena made her move. She drew the knife across the inside of Micah's arm, the blade sinking deeper into her skin.
Ah.
Micah exhaled, shocked, as a sharp stinging sensation coursed through her. It was painful, yes, but not so painful as she had feared. Magdalena had been quick about her incision, and precise with it, her motions as well practiced as a surgeon's. That's hot. Depositing the knife upon Micah's bedside, the blade of which was tarnished with spilled blood, Magdalena then set a bowl beneath Micah's arm to collect her ill-gotten goods. The bowl was a shallow one, and it was soon it was half full with blood, thick and viscous, and redder even than Magdalena's eyes. Sorry, I'm so flustered. Micah watched on as Magdalena drained her, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the pain. By God, it stung. Yet it had happened so suddenly, she scarcely registered it. It's just like getting your finger pricked at the doctor, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little
prick. Just a little bit. You'll be fine. She felt no sense of loss as Magdalena drained her, nor any real wrongdoing. She was shocked instead, too stunned to know how she ought to respond. Goodness. Magdalena sighed as she observed Micah's blood, which was pooled in the bottom of the bowl like a profane offering to a pagan god. That's also hot.
Yeah.
Your blood is so very red, Micah, and it is so very pretty. I suppose I could try a drop or two of it myself, to see whether it tastes as good as it looks. But no, I must abstain. That description, I'm horny. It's real as fuck. That ought to be enough. For tonight, at least. Oof. Oof.
I need her to stop praising her. Jesus.
Whoa. Hey now. Hey now. That's a crazy line. Whoa, hey.
Like we all read it, right? Like
we're all together, right? All right, cool. You bled well for me, Micah.
And you bore your burden with grace one might expect of a true noblewoman. You did not even scream, though I saw you wince. I ought to commend you for that. Hashtag thinking. And stronger than you have screamed when faced with far less. Oh, alright. No, go back. Take me back. Magdalena set the bowl aside, along with the dirty knife, and drew her cloak protectively about her slender shoulders. Micah was afraid for a few moments that Magdalena meant to leave her already. Her task fulfilled, but no. Oh, you don't want her to leave, huh? You don't want her to leave? Magdalena rose, once again drawing shut the curtains, almost as if she could not bear to let the moon witness what pain she had wrought upon Micah. This completed, she turned her attention to the basin which rested upon the writing desk. Oh, she's got the aftercare down, you know? She's not just gonna leave you. She's a lady. She's a gentlewoman.
How many years has she been doing this? She knows what to do.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. It may not be this lore, apparently, but some other vampire lore is that their saliva is supposed to have healing properties, and that's why you lick the wound after to close it.
Yes.
And in typical... Throwing this in here, in Vampire the Masquerade lore, typically it is proper conduct to do so because it signals to other vampires that if you don't like lick the wound closed, you're considered like sloppy and like slovenly.
Oh.
It's considered just like in the customs to be like you have no manners.
I see.
Because there's also the masquerade itself, which is the code of conduct for vampires to live about mortal society. And the rules are under the masquerade, and so they follow the masquerade, and that is part of it, is to keep themselves a secret. That is part of it, is to make sure you clean up after yourself. So if you're seen like not doing that, you're seen as, one, you don't care much for the rules or their customs, and then two, you're also just like poor manners.
Yeah. That's really cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Every day is learning.
Every day is learning. The basin was filled with water from earlier that morning, which Micah had used to wash her face, though it was cold by now. Magdalena drew from her pocket a handkerchief, which she dipped in the cool water in the basin. Then she turned back to Micah and introduced the damp cloth to Micah's cut.
Ah.
Micah hissed to feel the fabric against her wound. Magdalena replied with a small smile. I'm sorry, Micah. I know this hurts, but please try to bear it. It's for your own good. It would not do if your wound were to be infected. Magdalena dabbed at Micah's wound as carefully as a nurse might, her head bowed. Micah watched her work, frowning, her skin tingling both at the pain and at the unusual gentleness which Magdalena was displaying. She did not know how Magdalena could touch her so carefully when, only a few moments prior, she had slid the blade of a knife into her flesh. It was an awful contradiction, one Micah did not understand at all. Yeah, but it's hot.
Why?
Micah gasped while her cut stung. Then she tried again, her voice barely more than a whisper.
Why are you acting so kindly? It seems unusual for a vampire.
It is unusual for a vampire, but I never profess to being like the majority of my kin. I hope I have not proven too much of a disappointment.
I'm not disappointed, really.
Oh, good. I was starting to worry. I thought that you might prefer something more traditional. A spell in the dungeon, perhaps, and a few broken bones. You see, in the original Dracula story, if you put a wild rose on their coffin, they can't leave. Interesting that didn't get picked up from the sexy vampire writers of today, as it's rather romantic. It is! Yeah, you're right.
Ooh.
I don't remember what the significance of that was, but the concept behind it is delicious. Because the whole, vampires in general, from their conception, was all about I mean, it's about a lot of things, but a lot of the themes like stem from sexual liberation, especially for women.
Good for them.
Yeah, to be able to like express these desires in a way. Like vampires were always supposed to be like this attractive but like dangerous force, you know. And when they were allowing like women to start reading, it was also allowing them to be more like liberated in this world as well. And you know, with as well some other themes of just like, how do I describe it? Like, because you know how the whole thing about like like it was kind of like women shouldn't have desires, you know?
Right.
So it was just like, also I think at the time Dracula was seen as like incredibly controversial, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember entirely the history behind it. We're always, no, that's incorrect. Always attractive. No. I know what I said. I know what I said.
A matter of opinion.
Listen, I know what I said. You're looking at a true monster fucker right here. I know what the fuck I said. But no, you're right. There was the rendition of Dracula, which they made them much more appealing to fucking normies, I guess. But they were supposed
conventionally attractive.
Yes, they were a lot of the times there were some scriptures. Yeah. There were some scriptures of like being more monster like. But it's still the thought there that was like counts how like this dangerous entity always, but there's always no matter how they look, there was always that hint of seduction in it, whether it's like their like hypnotic tactics, you know, things like that, like in Nosferatu, where a lot of the original Nosferatu, by the way, I guess in the new one too, but a lot of his like motives were always about like, you know, I see you in my dreams. And also he had this ability to like kind of like hypnotize Helen, was her name, and even though he was like grotesque looking, but hey, listen, I don't, maiden, you must bounce on it, crazy style.
What the fuck?
You don't know where that's from?
No.
Okay, hold on, I'll send it to you later.
Okay.
It was a joke going around. I saw it on Twitter, but I believe it's a TikTok. It was somebody being nuts around. And it was like, maiden, you must bounce on it, crazy style.
Oh my god.
It's so funny. Anyway, that's my name ramblings for the day.
What a way to end it.
Thank you. It's so fucking funny. I'll share it in the Discord later too if I can find it.
Okay.
It's so fucking funny.
But I am confused. You say you don't wish to harm me, but you do so regardless. It seems rather contradictory.
Yes, you would be right there. It is a contradiction, but what can I do? My whole existence hinges upon such fallacies and logic. I am dead. Is I also alive? I am a monster, but I still possess feelings. And though I must drink blood to survive, I do not truly wish to harm innocents, least of all you. It is quite the conundrum. I've had over a century to dwell upon it, but I doubt you will have the same luxury. You humans aren't particularly durable. Micah certainly felt delicate as Magdalena cleaned her. Magdalena was being gentle, yet the brush of her fingertips made her shudder regardless. She simply could not help herself. Once satisfied that the bleeding had stopped, Magdalena drew back and deposited her handkerchief back in her pocket. She's gonna... never mind. It's like she's gonna sniff it later.
If a lady called me durable, damn. Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Retrieving both the knife and the bowl of Micah's blood, which she had laid to rest upon her bedside table, she turned to the door. Now I must depart. Sweet dreams, my dear Micah. If you are able to sleep, of course, after the excitement of the night. I hope you are able to, despite my rudeness. I wish I could say this would be the last time I would demand so much of you, but... Somberly, Magdalena sighed. I do not want to lie to you, or give you false hope. That would be a cruelty not even I could perform without flinching. Oh, goodbye! I just love when they turn the models. It's just like...
Yeah, me too!
It was with this final remark that Magdalena finally departed. I miss her already. Micah watched from her bed, cradling her arm in her hand as she left the room, the door closing behind her with a thud. Micah listened as Magdalena's footstep, feather light, proceeded from beyond her bedroom door, then vanished altogether. Micah supposed she should have felt relieved now that Magdalena had gone, but it was quite the opposite. Her inner arm still stung, and her mind raced full of frantic thoughts. Her room felt quieter after Magdalena's departure, and for some reason it felt far, far lonelier.
You want her to stay.
You want her so bad. While Micah convalesced that night, wearied by Magdalena's visit, Magdalena herself could be found in a darkened bedchamber, sitting at the bedside of a shadowy figure. Oh. Magdalena held a bowl in both hands, which was full of a viscous, sticky liquid, dark red in actuality, but rendered almost black in the darkness. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. Here you go.
What?
Get it together. Get it together. Here you are, my dear. I brought this for you. I do hope it is to your liking. It should be different from the blood of bandits, at least. The woman who I took it from is very sweet. Is it her sire? That'd be crazy.
Oh my god.
I would not be surprised if her blood is similarly sumptuous. You'll like it, I'm sure of that. I know you're hard to please, but not even you can turn your nose up at this. Please. Magdalena's voice wavered. She sighed, and sadly she looked away. Drink it, and be satisfied. I can't give you more than this. Not for tonight, at least. I fear I might have taken too much from her already. I don't want to hurt her, but... Magdalena inhaled. Her eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, narrowed, her red pupils roving over those of her charge. I would do it, you know, for your sake. I would do anything for you. You mean the world to me. I just wish. Oh, I wish. Magdalena shivered as her beloved began to sup from the bowl she offered, their head bowed, lips parted like a hungry animal. Just wish it didn't have to be this way.
The blood thickens.
The blood
What?
thickens.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what does this mean? This is even better than I thought.
Yeah. I was not expecting it at all.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's crazy. Wow. This is so fun. I love it.
Yeah.
My god suffered in the culmination of the past 2 weeks. But she was not unique in this. Penny too was suffering, albeit in better circumstances than her poor mistress. Penny had been recuperating in Walter Gerhardt's home ever since her frantic escape from Magdalena's abode. She had spent the first week of her stay lying abed in the servants' quarters, unable to conceive of doing anything more strenuous than existing. God, that's so fucking real. The horrors she had witnessed during the night of the bandits' attack had left her nigh on insensible, her body dull and leadened. Henny, I promise I'm looking at your face. 100%. I'm looking right
I am looking at the words. It
Uh-huh.
just so happens that
It just so happens that those happen to be there as well.
yes, they happen to be like right
Just-
in front of each other.
Just
Like,
right there. You know? During this week, the local constabulary had arrived to ask Henny questions about all she had witnessed in the forest. Henny had answered as honestly as she could, or at least as honestly as Walter had permitted. Henny had wanted to tell the police about Magdalena and her inhuman strength, but how could she? If Walter had not believed her, it seemed very unlikely that the police would, particularly when Walter had vested interest in Micah's affairs. Surely, as a bereaved groom-to-be, he should have seized upon any chance to reunite with his fiancée, no matter how implausible the circumstances surrounding said chance seemed. You know, I mean, not for nothing, Henny, but you could have also said that she was simply being, like, held hostage or something. You didn't have to, like,
you didn't have to say vampire.
Yeah. You didn't have to, because no matter what, like, she's being held somewhere. That part's true.
Right.
So you could have just, you know, continued with that. But, I mean, you do you, girl.
But then she was also, she hadn't gotten any sleep the entire night. She
true.
escaped from the, like, she is obviously, like, not 100% in her right mind to
and
think that through.
She's desperate.
Right.
Which I get it, so I'm not, I'm not faulting her too hard about it. But I'm just like, we could have said anything.
Just left that little detail out,
we could have said anything. Oh, I forgot to give myself some atmosphere, so I'm doing that now. There we go. Atmosphere.
Ooh, atmosphere.
Yes. Yes, I have been dimmed.
I am the atmosphere.
Yes. Walter did not seem to care overly much about Micah's disappearance, though. Or, if he did, he did not show it to Henny. His tears, if indeed he had the capacity to cry, were all shed in private, away from prying eyes. In any case, Henny told the police only of the bandits and of the murder of Lord and Lady Von Essen. She had told them that she had run from the carriage, Micah in tow, and that during their escape they had become separated, which was not a complete lie. Oh, sorry. Ugh. It was very late at the night, you see, and foggy with it. I couldn't hardly see nothing. I was holding Lady Micah's hand, but I was so afraid I ran on ahead. When my senses had returned, I stopped to look behind me. I couldn't see Lady Micah anywhere. She just up and vanished. A pair of police officers had asked Henny if she had heard anything suggesting a struggle, or else her mistress's screams, but to this Henny stubbornly shook her head. I know what you're implying, and no, I didn't hear any such thing. I don't think the bandits got their filthy mitts on my mistress. I'm sure she escaped, but I've no clue where she might be right now. She could still be wandering the woods for all I know, just like a nomad. I can barely stomach the thought. My poor mistress deserves much better than that. Please, good sirs, I know my mistress is still alive. She must be. Lady Micah might have looked delicate, but she was surprisingly strong. She was quite the tomboy when she was little, and was always getting into scrapes. A woman like that wouldn't simply die. She just wouldn't. It's impossible. And he asked the officers to search for her beloved Micah. They assured her that they would do everything in their power to help. Go ahead.
If, by divine providence, your mistress still lives, then we will find her. Searching for missing persons is our job.
Right. What solved this then?
You've no need for trouble yourself on the matter further, Fraulein.
It was something Henny supposed in the wake of the officer's visit, but their reassurances had not left her feeling particularly cheered. Henny had been able to tell that the constables, like Walter, thought that Micah was a lost cause. Henny did not doubt that the local constabulary would send some officers into the woods to search for a body, but their perfunctory efforts would fail. They would find Lord and Lady Von Essen slumped in their carriage, but Micah would be absent. The police could comb the forest as thoroughly as they wished, but any search undertaken with so little information seemed doomed to failure. Henny knew, as surely as she knew her own mother's birthday, that Augsburg's officers would never find Micah. Micah's body was not lying on the forest floor abandoned, curled up and cut apart by bandits. Micah was instead at Magdalena's mercy, in her eerie abode deep in the heart of the forest. Whether Micah was still alive was a mystery, but Henny wanted to believe Micah lived still.
Good news, Henny.
She had to believe. Great news, Henny. She could not bear the thought of her mistress being tortured. Oh, don't worry, she's being well taken care of.
It's so well taken care of.
Like, you don't even know. She's doing great. Henny feared she might have to countenance?
Mm-hmm.
Countenance, such a thought. That seems like a weird place to put that in a statement. Because that refers to your face, doesn't it? It's your expression.
It means to, like, oh god, hold on. It's like one of those things that I'm like, I know it, but also
yeah,
how do I
it's like I know how to use it in a sentence, but how do I explain things?
A person's face or facial expression. Support.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, feared she might have to support such a thought. I
see. Henny feared she might have to countenance such a thought. However, as the days passed, and she heard nothing of the police's investigation. Though Henny was familiar with the phrase, "no news is good news," she rather feared that, in this case, no news meant nothing was being done. Nobody seemed to care for Micah other than Henny herself, but she could do nothing on her own. Oh, it's back. It's like a jump scare.
Mama, there's a man behind me.
Do not go in there. Who's this? Growing desperate, Henny had attempted once more to impress upon Walter the seriousness of Micah's situation, but he refused to listen. You would come into my office and talk of bloodsuckers again. Walter had asked of her, his expression one of cultivated disdain. I understand that you suffered a nasty tumble in the forest, Frau Heinrich, but it has been a week since then.
I hope Lena sucks him dry.
Yeah.
And not in the fun sexy
And then not
way.
in the fun sexy way. I was like, wait a second. I hope she guts him like a fish.
Yeah.
I would have hoped. He does not deserve it. So true. I would have hoped that you have regained some of your senses since then. I assure you, Herr Gerhardt, I'm quite sensible. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Micah was kidnapped by a vampire. Yes, I know. You've said twice now. You're very adamant about your claims, I must admit. It's almost impressive in a way. But you are laboring under a misapprehension. Vampires do not exist. Ergo, a vampire could not have captured my Micah. They are stuff of stories. Ergo. Fucking dickhead.
Ergo.
But not another word. I'll not have you contradicting me in my own home, Frau Heinrich. I took you in because I thought it to be the right thing to do. Please do not make me regret my act of philanthropy. You can continue to remain here if you wish, for as long as you like.
Actually, fuck you.
Actually, fuck you. Hey, ergo is a great word, okay? Yeah, but he's saying
not
it like
when
a
he
dickhead.
says it.
Yeah. But while you are subsiding upon my kindness, you must abide by my rules. I won't have you bandying?
Yeah.
Bandying? About vampires in my home and distressing my servants. They are impressionable enough as it is, without you further exciting them with your wild stories. But they are not stories! Not to you, perhaps, but that is part of the problem. You do not want to be taken to an asylum, do you? not. And would you do well? Then you would do well to hold your tongue. Silence is golden. Dick. What about Micah? Will you not at least try to look for her? The police are trying. That is their job. It would not behoove me to get in their way. I'm sure they will turn Micah's body up sooner or later, if there is a body to be found. As for this talk of ferreting out this vampire's secret hidey hole, well... Shut the fuck up!
Shut up!
Impossibilium nulla obligatio est. Now you may leave. I'm a busy man. I've got a good deal of work to attend to. Out! Is Semper Fi and all that. A2 Brute. And yada yada yada. And that has been the end of that. Swiftly dismissed by Walter, Henny had stalked through the hallways of his home, all while burning with the shame and anger of it all. How dare Walter treat Micah's welfare so cavalier a manner? It was almost as though he thought her welfare did not concern him, as though he had not been poised to marry her and inherit her family's August title. August? Is it any different from like a May title? A June title, perhaps?
I have no idea.
Maybe a December? That, Henny had thought bitterly, was all Walter had ever cared about. He had not loved Micah as she did. Because Micah was Micah. Oh, I see. Sorry. He had not loved Micah as she did because Micah was Micah. He had loved Micah only for her status. He had loved her because she was a Von Essen. Oh, how quickly love could vanish when its foundations were so flimsy. August means like old and respectable, I think. I don't know either.
It sounds right.
Yeah, like sounds right to me.
It fits in context.
Yeah. And it was with a lowercase a, so
Yeah.
And I suppose there was a fancy Latin saying to express the sentiment. But if there was, she didn't know it. It's okay, my years of learning Latin is out my brain. Ugh, I took Latin for so long and it's all gone now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She was not half so learned as Walter, with all his books and all of his pomp, but at least she had a heart, one which was currently bleeding for her mistress's sake. With no strings of her own to pull, the police incompetent, and Walter well and truly alienated, Henny had known not what next to do. Henny had spent the following week ruminating, at a loss. She felt well enough now to move, and so she did. Henny had begun to help her fellow maidservants tend to the household chores in Walter's home, for want of anything better to do, though she was not one of Walter's official employees. Moving her hands gave her some relief from the thoughts of Moving her hands gave her some relief from the thoughts which whirred in her head, and Henny was acquainted enough with housework that these mundane, repetitive tasks were almost welcome. Beating carpets and polishing banisters reminded Henny of a simpler, happier time when she worked for Lord and Lady Von Essen, and during her breaks had sneaked into Micah's room to play cards with her. Micah had always lost at cards. She had been hopeless at it. Her ability to tell lies had been almost non-existent, but she had told many lies for Henny's sake. She had risked her own life for that of her maid. Would any other mistress have been so kind? Henny did not imagine that Micah's mother, the indomitable Lady of Von Essen, would. She was the kind of woman who would have drowned puppies to save her own neck. Not that her ruthless calculations had done her much good in the end. Ha! She had died. Micah had not. Not yet, at least. That is what Henny hoped. With each day that passed, however, it grew harder to cling to this hope of hers, which had begun to look rather fragile. It was easier for Henny to endure her anxieties while the sun was still up, and she had chores to attend to. At night, however, as she lay in bed in the darkened servants' quarters, her fears began to crowd in about her. Micah was never far from Henny's mind, but it was impossible to completely extricate her young mistress from her thoughts during quiet moments such as these. Scored by the slow, soothing sighs of 6 other women, all curled beneath their thin covers, dreaming of their own domestic dreams, and he thought. She was so lost in her thoughts on one particular night, however, that she failed to hear the creak of the floorboards beneath her, and as such nearly jumped out of her skin when a soft voice called to her from the shadows.
Oh my god.
Oh, she's so cute!
She's so cute!
Oh my god! I love these glasses!
Me too.
She's so cute! She looks like Micah. She looks like Micah. Oh my god.
Oh,
Is there gonna be a thing here?
I don't know.
Is there gonna be something here to that? Oh my god. She's so cute though.
Incredibly cute.
Oh, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. Are you alright?
Oh. Henny gasped in surprise and wheeled about, her elbow bumping against the chip sill with a dull thud. The collision of elbow against windowsill was a loud one, but Henny's resultant curses were louder still. Damn it! A couple of the maids shifted at this, their eyelids fluttering, but they did not awake. Not a single one of them. Listen, they're tired. They work hard.
Yeah.
It's a big fucking house. They must have been exhausted by the tasks they had performed day in and day out under Gertrude's watchful gaze. Also, Gerhard might have cared much for his missing fiancée, but he cared a good deal about the running of his home. He had ordered Gertrude to be exacting. Was that your...
It was my
Okay.
Alexa.
Okay.
I was trying to keep an eye on the time so I could, like, stop it, and then I was
Yeah.
Fucking.
I was like, what the hell was that?
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. He had ordered Gertrude to be exacting in her duties as his housekeeper. His maidservants were all run ragged, and Henny was no exception to this.
Goodness me.
The owner of the timid voice who had startled Henny so exclaimed, and started forwards. A shaft of moonlight fell upon the mysterious interloper's face, and Henny soon divined they were not so very mysterious after all. Oh, the speaker was none other than Agnes. Agnes Becker was a small, slender thing, about 15 or 16 years of age. Okay, she's young.
Oh, yeah, a baby.
Yeah. With a shock of fiery red hair, rather like Micah's, that did not at all match her reserved personality. Her snub nose was smattered liberally with freckles, and her eyes were brown like those of a doe. And he had made little effort in ingratiating herself with Walter's servants, but it seemed a waste, given she had no intentions of remaining in this household. Yes. But she had grown rather fond of Agnes despite herself during the last 2 weeks. It was hard not to be fond of Agnes when she was so sweet and so gentle, so eager to please. Though, Henny thought grimly, she did not feel at all that fond of her now, with her elbow smarting as it did.
I'm very sorry.
She's so cute, I love her.
Yeah.
Agnes mumbled this apology to her feet, her fingers twined together at her front. She was wearing a nightgown, a white, shapeless thing made of flannel that seemed several sizes too large for her. It swamped Agnes's diminutive form, making her appear even smaller than she already was.
I didn't mean to startle you. I only saw that you were awake, and, well, I'm also awake, as you can clearly see.
She's so cute! I love her!
Yeah.
Yes, I can see. It might be dark, but I do have eyes and ears alongside them.
Right, of course. I'm sorry. That was silly of me to say. I always seem to say silly things. The other maids say I must have porridge for brains, and maybe they're right.
She's so cute. Oh, no.
Little idiot, her mind calls me, and I think she's right.
We have found Henny's
No.
replacement / yeah.
But I'm getting carried away again. Sorry.
Agnes flushed, and her whole face seemed to catch fire, her cheeks and her hair a bright, striking red.
I have been finding it hard to sleep lately myself. I've not been here all that long, and I'm missing my parents, and... Oh, but that's not important. I actually wanted to talk to you about you, not about myself. I've wanted to talk to you for a while, actually, if you don't mind, that is.
Yeah, that depends on what you want to talk about.
Oh, well... I hope this doesn't seem like too much of an imposition. I don't want to pry, really, but I've been wondering. You, were attacked by bandits, weren't you? At least, that's what I heard. Hermione was talking about it. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Hermione says a lot of things. She's an awful gossip. I thought that might have been one of her silly stories. It almost sounds too dramatic to be real.
Henny surveyed Agnes mutely for a few moments, unblinking. Walter had warned Henny not to speak of that night among his maids, for fear of exciting them, a warning Henny tried to adhere to. She possessed no desire to make an enemy of Walter Gerhardt, not when she had been hoping to form an alliance with him. This had been before Walter's second insensitive dismissal of Henny's worries, however. Now, the young maiden knew Walter could not be persuaded. He was an arrogant bully of a man, and Henny no longer cared tuppence for him. Yeah, hell yeah, I want to start using that.
Yeah.
I cared not a tuppence. She would have preferred to keep out of trouble, but it wasn't as though Henny had spoken her experiences with the other maids. She had been stony-lipped about the night the bandits had ransacked Lord and Lady Von Essen's carriage, and about her and Micah's escape. The other maids had guessed what had happened through hearsay and whispered rumors, and he could hardly be blamed for it. She would only be confirming what Agnes already suspected. And so it was, after a pause, that Henny replied. No, Miney's right. Billy was chased by a bunch of rotten bandits, and so was my poor mistress.
Goodness, I was sure Hermione was making things up again, but... Does that mean there really are bandits out there in the woods?
Agnes cast an uneasy glance out the window, then shuddered.
I've no need to go into the woods myself. My parents always warned me it was dangerous. But it's scary to think about all the same.
Scary to live through too, I assure you. But I reckon it was much worse for my mistress.
Oh, yes. I'm sure it would have been. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all right, at least. But your mistress...
My lady.
That must have been difficult.
She's doing great, though. Don't even worry about it. It was, yes. Still is.
Do you think about her a lot?
Every single day.
I see. I'm sorry for asking so many questions. I'm just curious is all. I've never met anybody who was attacked by bandits before. It must have been terrifying.
She says that in the same way that's just like... I don't know. It's like, whoa, I've never met anybody attacked by bandits before. I'm just like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
Sure. Give me one sec. There we go.
I just hope I don't seem tactless.
You're so funny, girly.
Hermione says I talk before I think, but Hermione's rude to everybody. Even Frau Schreiber.
But she's a bitch, so... It's alright. Couldn't have been more tactless than your employer is. At least you actually seem to care.
You mean Herr Gerhardt?
That's right.
Did you have a quarrel with him?
Quite a quarrel,
Quarrel?
if I do say so myself.
Hermione said he'd been shouting at you in his office last week, but I don't know if I believe that either. Herr Gerhardt is strict, but he isn't such a bad man. There are worse employers, and it was nice of him to let you stay here.
Now, why I don't think you're wrong necessarily. I'm sure there are worse people. He's still
But also,
fuck this guy.
Yeah. I don't think he means ill.
Maybe he doesn't mean any ill, but I don't know if he means any good either. Herr Gerhardt only seems to care about Herr Gerhardt, which is fine. I'll fancy if you're a businessman and you're trying to get things done. Treating your fiancée in such a flippant way, however, I think that's downright wicked.
So you two did have an argument?
We did, yes. I don't know anybody had overheard it, though. It was supposed to be private.
I'm afraid nothing stays private for long around here. It took Hermione less than a week to sniff out my family's darkest secrets, though how she did it, I've no idea.
Darkest secrets?
She seems to know absolutely everything that happens in this place.
Do you think she's listening to us right now? And he glanced at Hermione's bed, which was located next to Agnes's, a second along from the window. The famous Hermione herself was lying beneath her covers, curled up, her copper hair spooled across her pillow like a tangle of snakes. Henny had spoken little to the maids under Walter's employ, but even she was aware of Hermione. She appeared of an age with Henny, perhaps slightly older, and she was so stunningly beautiful she seemed almost otherworldly. Show her. Though Hermione possessed an attitude more appropriate for a duchess. Show her! She often ignored her task to gossip with the other maids, a fact which frustrated Gertrude to no end. Gertrude was forever having stern words with Hermione, who never seemed to take any of it to heart. For the amount of time she found herself in hot water, Hermione had yet to be properly scalded. It's a good line. Yeah. He had to wonder why Hermione had not yet been dismissed from Walter Gerhardt's household. Perhaps Walter had a soft spot for her.
Oh, I bet he's sleeping in there.
I bet he fucking is. bet this motherfucker. It wasn't hard to see why. Only one needed to look at Hermione's face. She looked, we were joking before, but now. She looked eerily like Micah, so much so that they could have been sisters. Walter Gerhardt must have a type. Oh my god, and the little...
Look at Agnes.
And Agnes, oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. I need to know what the other maids look like.
Literally. Right now, the only one that looks different is Gertrude. I think she's asleep.
Agnes spoke while looking at the dozing Hermione, but her voice was uncertain. What the fuck? Yeah, I need to know what the other maids look like, because now I'm wondering. Frowning, Agnes turned her back on Hermione and said,
"Oh, hold on. Sorry, okay. Hermione said that you said that your mistress was still alive."
She said that you said when I said.
Herr Gerhardt thinks she was killed by bandits, but you think she's been taken a prisoner instead.
I know so.
You said she had been kidnapped by Say it
out loud. Say it out loud. Agnes leaned in close to Henny, then very quietly she said,
"Vampire."
The word vampire was horribly out of place in the quiet servants' quarters. It sounded ludicrous, preposterous even. Henny could see with uncomfortable clarity why Walter had regarded her with such scorn when she had told him about Magdalena. Henny must have appeared crazed when she had begun espousing upon such grisly subjects which were unfit for ladies to dwell upon. But no matter how infeasible, that it did not make it Yes, but no matter how unfeasible, that it did not make it any less truthful. Yes, that's exactly it. Now that vampires exist, I've seen one with my own 2 eyes. Won't let anybody deny that. Not even Walter Bloody Gerhardt. Even if he thinks me touched in the head. I love you, Henny. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. A vampire kidnapped my mistress. She kidnapped me too, but my mistress convinced her to let me go. Even now, she's still there in her castle. Oh, that awful vampire does God only knows what with her. Micah risked her life for my sake. Helping her is the least I can do. But there's nothing I can do. I tried to talk to Herr Gerhardt around, but he won't see reason. He threatened to send me to an asylum if I keep up this talk of vampires. Then I really will be in a pinch. I'm trying to be strong for Micah's sake, but I haven't the foggiest of what to do next. I feel like a headless chicken. And if you're anything like your master, you probably think I'm batty now too.
Oh no, I don't think you're crazy, Henrik. Not at all.
You don't?
No, you might be crazy with concern about your mistress, but I can't blame you for that. You must love her a lot to fret this much.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a very loyal servant.
I was more than Micah's servant. I was a friend too. We've been together since we were children. She meant everything to me. She still does. I want to save her more than anything, but I keep running into dead ends. It doesn't seem like anybody in this place wants to help.
It does sound very difficult, but you're not alone anymore. I believe you, even if Gerhardt doesn't. I don't think you're a liar, and I don't think you're insane either.
Thank you.
This is why I wanted to talk to you, actually. It's because I heard about the vampires, and, well...
Agnes's doe-like eyes filled with determination as she said,
I had to check first to make sure Hermione wasn't telling tales. But now I know there's some truth to the rumors. I'd like to try and help you.
Help me?
Yippee!
Yippee! Now this was a surprising turn of events. Henny hadn't expected that Agnes would be so willing to swallow her frankly unbelievable tales of bloodsuckers, nor that she would offer to aid her. What this aid entailed, however, was yet a mystery. Agnes was smaller and slender, with limbs like twigs, and she was so very young. It seemed unlikely that she knew very much about the world. She might even have been more isolated than Micah had been. Agnes, unlike Walter, had no wealth nor any connections. She was just a maid, a simple girl from a poor family, working for pennies to support her parents. Well, it was nice to be believed, and he did not place much faith in her as a potential ally. She didn't want to get her hopes up prematurely. She was intrigued. How could you help me exactly? Agnes must have heard the apprehension in Henny's voice, because once more she blushed.
Oh no, you misunderstand. I wouldn't be helping you, not directly at least.
And she's like, girl, I don't know.
I'd never be able to best a, vampire. But I know somebody who can.
And who would this be?
If you want somebody to look for your mistress, somebody who really cares, I mean, you should go to St. Cecilia's this coming Sunday.
Oh. Hi, welcome in.
There's a priest who sometimes gives sermons there called Father Dvorak?
I'm gonna say Devorak?
Dvorak? Father Dvorak. He's very open-minded, and I'm sure he would listen to your concerns without questioning you.
He must be very open-minded indeed. This follows stories about vampires in good faith. And Father Dvorak? Where's he come from? That's no name I've heard before.
He's from Bohemia, I think. He has a bit of an accent, but his German is fluent.
Oh, they are doing
and his Yeah, and his sermons are really good. Really quite good.
No, it's okay. I was spacing out on just like they're German this whole time. We're gonna keep on with the British, especially Henny. Henny's definitely British.
Look, I am barely passing with the British. There's no way I'm hitting. There's no way I'm hitting German. Okay,
Yeah,
look, we're doing our best.
Okay.
My mother is very fond of him. She always used to take me to listen to him preach whenever he was at St. Cecilia's, which he isn't always. He would often disappear for weeks, sometimes months at a time.
Is he a hunter? So he's a traveling priest. What? Agnes nodded.
He's recently returned from a trip, though. I think he's in Augsburg now. You should be able to see him this Sunday, or at least I think you should. I'd be disappointed if you can't. I've been meaning to attend his sermon this Sunday, too.
You sound very fond of this bohemian priest.
Oh, I am. I can't sing Father Deverek's praises enough. He's a real man. He helped my mother a lot, you see, after my father. Well...
Oh. Agnes blushes hotly and seemed to be her wont. Her wont? Her want? Want, yeah.
I won't go into that. It's personal. You'll probably find out sooner or later anyway, if you stay here long enough. Hermione likes to needle me about it, as if I'm somehow to blame for my father's actions. But enough about that. Father Deverek listened to my mother's concerns, and he consoled her. He helped her through a very difficult time. I'm sure he'll be able to do the same for you.
He sounds like a nice man, but isn't helping with my family affairs rather different from hunting down vicious vampires?
Well, my family's affairs were rather sensitive in nature. I'm not talking about a mere domestic dispute here.
Tell me.
It was a complicated matter, but Father Deverek helped a lot when I was sure nobody else could. He really is incredible.
Is he now? Henny raised an eyebrow, but if Agnes saw it, perhaps she didn't. It was rather dark. She made no comments on it. Instead, she clutched her hands into fists and said with as much excitement as she dared, given the lateness of the hour.
Yes, he gives spiritual guidance to anybody who needs it, but he also has experience dealing with unholy monsters. He even performs exorcisms.
Interesting. Fascinating. Here's the thing, though. Like, are we for real, or are we...
I know, like...
Yeah.
Like, girl, is it a scam?
Yeah.
Like,
mm-hmm.
He's the perfect man for the job, and he's a priest. You could trust him.
Never trust a priest in my life. Well, I wonder. A ponderous Henny glanced away from Agnes, whose enthusiasm was almost palpable. A ponderous Henny glanced away from Agnes, whose enthusiasm was almost palpable, to the window. It seemed highly unlikely that a single priest would be able to stop Magdalena, even one who came as highly recommended as his Father Deverek. Henny had seen how Magdalena had torn those bandits limb from limb in the blinking of an eye. It would take a whole fleet of men to stop Magdalena, and it was doubtful whether even that would be enough. But this Father Deverek must have been better than nothing. Henny had little faith in Agnes's priest, but she would seek him out all the same. She did not stand to lose anything by a brief consultation, not when she had already lost everything she cared for. I mean, I guess so. All right, then. Let me speak to this highly esteemed father. Perhaps he can help. Henny only hoped, as she gazed at the night sky, that she had not left it too late. Hell yeah. Go see a priest, I guess. Whoa!
Yeah!
Back with the women!
It's like, okay, plot, and then leave in.
Oh god, I'm so bright. Hold on. I'm blinding. I'm blinding. Turn me down.
Bald!
Bald! Bald! Bald! Oh no, I clicked off. No, go back. Bald! There we go. Turn that brightness to fuck down. There we go. That's better. There we go. Yeah, we're like, listen, I love seeing how Hetty's doing. Don't get it twisted. I want to know how she's doing, and I'm glad that she's doing all right. But I'm also like, please, I need to know about Magdalena. Please. I'm like scratching at my walls.
Literally like itching, like.
There we go. Micah felt weary when she awoke the following morning, exhausted after a night of uneasy sleep which had been broken up with bad dreams. The gash upon the inside of her wrist still stung, though it had stopped bleeding. The gash was not particularly large, but it showed up starkly on Micah's skin, a thin ribbon of bright red which intercepted the whiteness of her arm. It was just a little prick. You'll be okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
Micah sighed as she sat upright, shivering as the cover slipped from her bare shoulders. Oh my god. It was cold, overcast sort of morning. Rays of light which streamed into her room, thin and gray. Briefly, Micah considered rising, dressing, and washing her face, but soon dismissed this idea. She had not the energy to go about her daily routine as though nothing was awry. The thought was almost unbearable. Micah's tiredness was something more than a physical feeling. It was entrenched with her mind, deeper than the tangled knot of roots which fed the mightiest of oak trees. Magdalena had not taken so very much of her blood the night prior, but Micah still felt drained. She still had blood enough in her veins to animate her arms and legs, but her body refused to move. She was too preoccupied with her thoughts of last night and of Magdalena. Though unwilling to admit it, Micah had begun to grow fond of her captor. Yeah. Thank God. I hope so. This is what we're waiting for. For a self-proclaimed monster, Magdalena's company had not been too unbearable, not when she spoke to Micah of novels and of poetry. Micah had even begun to wonder whether Magdalena was a monster at all. Surely nobody who talked so adamantly about romanticism could be wicked. Why, Magdalena liked a lot of the same poets Micah did, and many more she had never even heard of. Magdalena spoke of the written word with such piquancy?
I guess so.
Piquancy was really rather touching. At least, until she had introduced a knife to Micah's wrist. Magdalena,
that does put a damper on things.
It's a little bit of a damper on things, but you know, it's fine. It's fine when it's Lena doing it, you know?
Yeah.
Magdalena had not looked happy at this turn of events, however. She had been rather apologetic about the whole affair, but this served only to make Micah even more cautious. Curious, why had Magdalena drained her blood if she did not wish to do so? Micah turned this thought over in her head, stewing in it when... Isn't it the day? Oh, is it because there's clouds?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, excuse me? Micah's musings were interrupted by a rapping of knuckles upon her bedroom door, gently rapping at my chamber door, and a familiar voice which spoke in an unfamiliarly soft tone. It was, of course, Magdalena. Are you awake, Micah? And if so, may I come in? I brought you your breakfast. What? Micah frowned at letting her arm drop to her side, cast her gaze to the door. Magdalena's nightly visits had been regular throughout Micah's imprisonment, but never once had Magdalena visited her in the morning. Micah had not known Magdalena was able to wander about in the early hours, being a vampire. She had thought them sensitive to the sunlight. Not Micah supposed. It was a particularly sunny morning. Miserable would have been most apt description for it. Her bedroom was freezing. And you're also wearing this little sheer number here. Little, just sink yourself under the covers, girlie. It'll be warmer there.
Yeah, because her covers were so great.
Yeah. They should be better and clean now. I hope there's less insects. You know, it'd be great.
Fingers crossed.
Micah? Magdalena's voice called through the woods once more. And though Micah had resolved anew to dislike her, she felt her heart quiver. Magdalena sounded less like an inconsciable villain and rather more like an awkward, uneasy young girl. Oh. Why, she sounded almost as ill at ease as Micah felt. Micah found she could not remain silent upon hearing this. Maybe Henny had been right about her. She was too soft, and so responded.
Yes, I'm awake, and yes, you can come in.
Micah's words were answered with the click of a lock. Her bedroom door swung open to reveal Magdalena, a tray balanced precariously between her hip and her right hand. Sorry, just thinking about her beautiful figure.
Yeah.
Magdalena set the tray down, then turned to lock the door. Once it was secured, she brought it to Micah and said, "Oh, I'm glad to see you're awake. I was afraid you might be lying in your bed, passed out after last night's excitement. You gotta tire her out a little more, girlie."
Is that what you want to call it?
Well, I suppose I could be more direct. But I don't feel very genteel to talk of bleeding you like a pig.
That is what you did, though, and it wasn't very genteel either.
I know. I didn't much want to do it. But I don't suppose that counts for much, really, when I still did it. I tried to be quick about it, though, and I cleaned your cut afterwards. I'd hate for it to get infected.
It was awfully considerate of you, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think they invented penicillin yet. I'm being as considerate as I can, which I know isn't very, but look, I wouldn't be here to see you if I didn't care. Here's your breakfast. Are you hungry? Magdalena handed Micah the tray, which she accepted, the teacup shifting on its saucer. Micah poured herself a cup of fragrant tea with one weak, trembling arm, though she wasn't much in the mood for it. Micah didn't want to eat or drink anything. She felt too weary. Magdalena was looking at her with expectant eyes, however, and Micah didn't want to upset her. That would have seemed cruel, especially when she was trying so hard. I was wondering... Micah swallowed a mouthful of her tea. It was chamomile today, and then looked at Magdalena curiously. Oh my god, Dimitri's favorite tea.
What is it?
You've been shut up inside this room for a long time now. Almost an entire fortnight. A fortnight? What, a fortnight? If I were in your position, I'm afraid I would have gone quite mad. Micah did not say as much. She was busy sipping her tea, but she did not wish to discard the possibility. Her warring feelings about Magdalena did not point at all to a healthy mind. But then again, Micah's mind had never been healthy, not in the way a young woman's ought to. I do feel sorry for you, keeping you cooped up like this. It can't be good for you. I would hate to make you miserable, or, well... Magdalena smiled bashfully. If she had been human, perhaps she would have blushed, but her pale cheeks remained chalky. More miserable than I'm making you already. I don't want us to be enemies. I am quite glad of your company, in fact, and I'm tired of this jailer and warden act. I think it might be nice if we could engage in a pursuit that would be more conventional for a pair of young ladies. The word conventional put Micah in mind of her mother, the Von Essen drawing room, and her horrid embroidery hoop. Her back stiffened, and with a frown she said,
Such as?
My, you're looking at me with such mistrust. I've no ulterior motive here, Micah. I'm always very upfront of when I wish harm upon people, and will continue to be so. Lena has so much more she's very cute. She is cute. I like how when she gets in those moments when she gets like really sincere and she has those downcast eyes. But yeah, her gap moe is great.
It's fantastic.
She's so cute. What I say is what I mean. You have no need to second guess me. I thought only that we might take a turn around the garden. There isn't so much to look at it. Isn't much to look at it now. You should have seen it 1 century ago. But it's less oppressive than this room at any rate. Not that that's much of an accomplishment. Would you mind accompanying me? Magdalena's smile was light, but Micah could see something dark lurking beyond it. Not bloodlust, but a desire for something more intangible. Micah could still recall Magdalena's earlier claim that she cared about her, no matter how contrary her actions seemed to be. Did Magdalena feel guilty? Yes. Definitely. Oh, good. Magdalena should have felt guilty. She deserved as much after what she had done. That was what Micah wished to think, at least. But part of her could not help but pity her. Micah had been lonely, shut up inside her drab bedchamber. But what of Magdalena? Surely she had suffered worse and for far longer. But Magdalena had come ostensibly to offer Micah a respite from her incarceration. Perhaps Magdalena had been hoping for a bit of peace herself. That was why, after a pause, Micah assented.
All right, we can go into the garden if you'd like. Though it's been such a long while since I last stretched my legs, I'm afraid I might have forgotten how.
Oh, don't worry, I'll help you. Yeah! Don't worry about that. If you do fall, I can catch you. I'm very strong, you know. Magdalena grinned, her sharp incisors flashing, and as she did, Micah was struck by a very strange thought indeed. Magdalena looked surprisingly, disarmingly pretty when she smiled.
Yeah!
Yeah! I love lesbians! Let's go, lesbians!
Let's go, lesbians!
Whoa! I was thinking that I was like, I thought potentially, oh look, Micah's blushing too, that's so cute.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe that, what if plot twist Magdalena wasn't like actually a vampire, but I'm like, no, look at her.
Yeah, like literally look at her.
Look at her. I thought she might like be pretending to be one, but then I was like, well, no, I don't think that's the case. I think one of the biggest
things, like, yeah, you can like pretend teeth and pretend ears, but like the blush that doesn't show up, like,
yeah, and then also her eye color and
yeah,
I'm sure. Well, even like considering the time period that it is, like maybe you can like fake the fangs for a while, but I feel like the ears would be a little harder to make look more realistic for like the time period that it's in. You can do that now easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, for back then, I don't know what in my brain I'm trying to think of what could have been used, but I think all of it would have been like too cartoonish or easily noticed.
Right.
Especially at the proximity that they're usually in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think well, yeah.
Yes, also she reportedly ripped the bandits to shreds. Yes. That is another thing. I mean, to be fair, we didn't see it, but yes, I agree.
But I think about the details, and most of the time they're interacting with each other is at night. So like, I mean, they have the
but we do have Henny's account that she saw them all get ripped the fuck apart by Magdalena.
Yeah.
So, yeah. She's not a vampire. She's just normal everyday time traveling makeup effects artist. Yeah, exactly. Ooh!
Oh, I love it.
Look at that. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, and her hat. She looks like a little lord. I love it.
I am enamored.
This gothic style. I love this gothic art so much.
Yes.
The sunbrella is so nice. It's so cute. She looks so cute. And the cross at the end. God, girl, you're theming.
Yeah.
Slay. I love this. I love this so much. Oh, it really is a dull day. Why, it's almost as gloomy outside as it was in. Magdalena sighed as she surveyed her garden, or what remained of it. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, presumably to shield her head from the sun's rays, but there was so little sunlight this might have been an unnecessary precaution. Micah, meanwhile, gripped a parasol betwixt her gloved fingers. Magdalena had offered it to her before they left to protect her pale skin. Though this, too, had been a wholly unnecessary gesture. I'm starting to wonder whether this might have been a fool's errand. There's not a single scenic spot in my home. Her little pouty.
Oh,
It's so cute. I don't know if it would be much improved by a little sunlight. I've no stomach for it, but it would be less cold at least. Now that was an interesting idea.
do vampires feel the cold?
Depends on who you ask. I don't know, but I can tell it must be chilly. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be shaking so much. Are you alright?
I'm fine. I'll live.
For the present, at least. However long that Magdalena allowed it. I'm glad to hear that. Do tell me, though, if you feel the chill settling in. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. You can go back inside as soon as the novelty of the great outdoors is worn off. Or alternatively, as soon as you feel your fingers might freeze.
I will keep that in mind, thank you. My gloves should protect me well enough, though, and I don't think I'm in the mood to go back just yet.
Are you too busy enjoying the view?
I don't know if the view is all that enjoyable, but there is a lot of it.
There is a lot of it. So funny. Ah, yes. If there's one thing this grand pile doesn't want for, it's space. In fact, I think there's a trifle too much of it. The garden has been left to go to seed over the years, but can you blame me? There's only one of me, and I wouldn't even know where to begin taming all of this. Oh, she's enjoying the view, all right. Yeah. Magdalena gestured to the garden, which sprawled about her in a wild, unruly mess. All overgrown grass, decaying trees, and wild flowers which swayed in the breeze. There was a fountain not so far away, which had once been toppled with a stone effigy of Cupid. Cupid had since fallen off its perch, however, and he lay in pieces in the basin of the fountain, his shattered head spotted all over with lichen. Whoa, hold on. There we go. Did I accidentally record something? I think I did.
Oops.
On my soundboard, whoops.
I hope it was me just saying, lichen.
But anyway, I was noting, it was like, the symbology. It's here. It's here, baby. The fountain itself, meanwhile, had stopped working many years prior. Its cracked basin was full of knots save loose leaves, dirt, and bits and pieces of poor Cupid's broken body. Past the fountain was a tangle of rose bushes, which had been left to run riot over the decades. But that looks dope as hell.
Yeah.
Perhaps they looked pretty once, when there had been gardeners to trim them into regulation, but now they were quite wild. The bushes were more...
The wild roses. Sorry.
No, you're right. You're right, though.
I was like, wait a second.
The symbology, it's here! The bushes were more thorns than roses, though a few roses that existed still were impressively red, scant splotches of color against the otherwise gray landscape. The sky above the meandering pair, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. It looked as though it might soon rain, and the air which snaked through Magdalena's garden was chilly. The sun was scarcely visible, though Magdalena still shied away from it. Though there was precious little sunlight to be had, Micah was still curious. Was it really safe for Magdalena to wander about like this?
Do you often wander around your gardens like this?
With my captives, you mean? Or are you referring to the time of day?
Both, I suppose.
Well, let me see. For the first, I would say no. I'm not in the business of consorting with my captives beyond what is strictly necessary. It would not do good. It would not do to get attached. Not that there has ever been much danger of that. You are the first lady I've had the pleasure of spending time with. Perhaps that is why I've come over all sentimental. Hi, welcome in. Yes, they are very nice. Beautiful, beautiful gothic art.
Yeah.
Magdalena shook her head, as though bemused at her own antics. The breeze caught in her fair tresses as she did so. Her lovely hair fluttered about her shoulders. As for the second, no. I'm not in the habit of pacing about during the daylight hours. I'm not particularly...
It's all for you.
It's all for you. I'm not particularly fond of the sun, an opinion which is shared amongst the rest of my kind. I find it quite unpleasant, in fact. If it were any brighter today than it is, I would have not ventured outside at all. I can just about bear it for the present, but the summer is perfectly vile. Her little pout too. Don't worry, girl, I agree with you. The summer is atrocious here.
Awful.
Fucking
So sorry,
sucks.
Natsu.
I'm so sorry. Well, and Natsu's, at least it's a dry heat, you know? And
Yeah.
it's nice and warm. And at least when the wind blows, it's a nice cool breeze. And it's not humid as fuck and it feels like swamp. And when the wind
So
blows, you
true.
feel like you're in a fucking sauna. Fucking, it's atrocious humidity. Oh, look, she's laughing. Magdalena pulled a face. She looked very incensed. She induced Micah to laugh.
So you usually spend the days indoors?
Indoors and asleep, yes. This is such a good line. I'm being quite naughty, really. Consorting with you like this. It's long past my bedtime. I love her so much.
Me too.
It's like, ooh, look at me being sussy. It's well past my bedtime. I love her so much.
I did think it unusual that you came to my room this morning. Haven't you been able to sleep?
I tried, but I was unsuccessful. Sleep seemed like a fool's errand, so I decided I might as well spend time with you. Your company is more agreeable than being on my own, when I have nothing to distract me save my thoughts.
And what thoughts, may I ask, have you been ruminating on?
Wouldn't you like to know? You may ask, but I might not answer. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Micah. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs?
She might have mentioned it once or twice.
And you would do well to listen to her. We all have our secrets. Please tell me yours.
Oh my god.
I hope so. Please, please. Why, next you will be asking me about my marriage prospects. Well, answer the question.
Do you have any marriage prospects?
Not anymore. Oh. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
It's me. Surprise.
Surprise. Hello. Hi, I'm here. Where's your application? Where do I sign?
Ma'am, your hand, please.
Please. I am on my knees. My palm is out. Please. I can go lower. I'll put my face in the dirt. Whatever you need. I was never much of a prize, even when I was alive. That's a fucking lie.
Lie.
But no, that ship has well and truly left the harbor. Magdalena's smile remained light, much like her pattering banter, but Micah thought it appeared somewhat strange. Now she was examining Magdalena in the morning light. Not the morning was particularly bright. She could see how weary she looked. Magdalena's skin had been pale when Micah first met her, but now it seemed not entirely dissimilar to fallen snow. Magdalena was white enough to seem sickly, but under her eyes were dark and smudgy by contrast, as though they had been bruised. Was that from her own guilty conscience, or else a lack of sleep? Maybe Micah thought the two were intrinsically linked. It was too much of a coincidence, surely, that Magdalena had lost sleep following last night's events. Let us talk no more on the subject of my love life. It's depressing to countenance, and deader, I fear, than the bandits I slew. What do you think of these roses? Magdalena paused by the untamed tumble of rose bushes which spewed behind the fountain of Cupid. The leaves worm-eaten, but the roses themselves vast and untouched, like the red-lipped mouths of so many monsters. I love that comparison. Instead of thinking they're beautiful, comparing them like open mouths of creatures. I love that.
Well, yeah, think about the thorns.
They're quite something, don't you think? They add a bit of color to the place, at least. I think they must be the pride and joy of my little garden.
They are certainly very vivid, yes.
They are rather, aren't they? Perhaps I ought to pick a couple of them to commemorate our excursion. They would look lovely in a vase on your desk, or maybe in your hair. At the very least, they might do something to alleviate how very desolate my home is. Oh my god, hey, Magdalena, you should maybe perhaps find a white rose to put in her red hair.
Oh.
And then also the contrast between your color palettes. Oh, delicious, delightful. Yes!
Oh!
Yes! Oh, we can see her arm too now. Yes! Oh, she untied her.
Oh my god.
Oh, or it came undone. Oh, I can't wait to learn about this, but I'm gonna look at her real quick. Look at how we can see it better now. Look at how fucking puffy Micah's dress is. That's so cute.
I know.
I
like that the bottom of her dress looks like a rose.
It does. Ah, I love that. Oh my god. And she looks like such a little lord. I love this so much. AO puffy dress appreciators. Absolutely. I love a puffy dress. Oh my god, so cute. She's like a little rose cupcake. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh my god. With this, hold on. Look at the background too.
I know, I'm literally like,
that's so fucking cool.
And the one in the like way background.
Yeah. That's so cool. I'm trying to see if that's just another statue of Cupid or like a specific angel.
I'm not sure.
Can't tell. Hi, Natsu! Women!
Hi, Natsu!
Come look at the women. Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Oh, there's a game with pretty ladies too. You're so funny. I love you. My beautiful wife. I hope your stream went well. You and the monkeys.
Yeah, how was Diddy Kong Racing?
Diddy Kong Racing. It's a good game. I love it. Lena, what's the bike smart about girl? I know. We'll get there. Eyebrows. Yeah, you little smooth talker, you. I hope you enjoyed your time. I love you. Mwah.
Mwah.
Whoop. Magdalena leaned forward as she spoke, one arm extended. Micah watched as she made to pluck one of the large, heavy-headed roses out from among its brethren. But as she did so, Micah noticed something peculiar. It was so much fun between that and Kirby on Tuesday, me yelling has caught up with me. My throat hurts. Yeah, it does happen. When I do like a bunch of visual novels back to back, I do be feeling it. There's like the soreness in the back of my throat. But being a very long time dungeon master, I'm kind of used to it. This is normal for me. We get to know. My stream tomorrow will be unintentionally ASMR because I'll be whispering. Good luck, girly. The ties which fastened Magdalena's sleeve had come undone, and one of them had rolled down all the way to her elbow, exposing a good deal of her fair skin. Tell me secrets. Her flesh was uniformly white, a smooth sort of paleness it was impossible to replicate with powders. Magdalena truly looked as though she had been made from falling snow, all compressed and compacted together, but it was not Magdalena's pallor which made Micah draw in her breath. What truly caught Micah's attention was a band of angry red welts which encircled Magdalena's arm. Do you think then it must be it's gotta be. It's gotta be, right? Oh my god, that's crazy. Also,
wishful thinking. She is like having to bite herself to keep from biting
would be crazy.
Her.
I don't think it would work like that, you know?
No, I don't think so. But also,
that
like,
be crazy. Wow, look at this art. I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Also, if you look really closely, you can see how they painted the scarring on her arm too. The way that it looks realistic, because it's like just subtle enough to see it. That's
right.
so, God, I love the art. Is so good. These marks were so pronounced, particularly against the paleness of Magdalena's skin. They looked like burns, or else. Micah's brow furrowed with newfound concern, not for herself, but for Magdalena. She could not countenance how Magdalena had received wounds like these. She had thought Magdalena indomitable, impossible to best in a competition of strength. Surely no human could have left such marks. These marks could have been left by an animal, Micah supposed, but Magdalena had dispatched of 4 fully grown men without blinking. Would an animal, even a wolf or a bear, be able to best her? Sorry, the thought of Magdalena fighting a bear made me hard as hell. Made me rock fucking hard. In any event, the wounds did not look as though they had been inflicted by any great hulking creature with a maw full of sharp teeth. They didn't look large enough. Though these marks were small in circumference, they weren't shallow. They were garish, even in the weak autumnal sunshine, all puckered, raised welts which had begun to bruise. The rest of Magdalena's skin was pale as death, but these marks seemed almost akin to a tableau of violence. Who in the world had done such a thing to Magdalena, and why? How? Micah felt rather bewildered. Whoa!
Forgive me if I am being rude, but I could not help but notice,
Tell me your secrets. Micah swallowed, tasting the cool breeze on her breath. She remembered Magdalena's earlier caution, even though she had spoken it in jest. You're being awfully nosy for a lady, Micah. Did your mother never tell you to keep your nose out of other people's affairs? But still she wanted to know. It seemed important all of a sudden, and she'd get to the bottom of this. There was something significant about her injuries Magdalena had sustained. Micah knew it.
What are those marks on your arm?
What? Oh. Magdalena drew back from the roses as though burned by them, and she glanced down at her arm. When Magdalena saw that her sleeve had rolled back, her expression twisted. She didn't blush. Again, Micah did not think her capable of it, but roughly tugged her sleeve back down. Her expression was one of supercilious guilt, that of a naughty child caught out by her governess. It's nothing really. Please don't dwell upon it.
How could that be nothing? It looks painful.
It's fine. I'm a strong girl and I can look after myself. You, on the other hand, might be so fortunate. You have to worry more about your own affairs.
But...
No, there'll be no buts. This conversation is beginning to tire me. It's not very interesting. Let us be on our way. There's more of the garden to see after all. Tell me. I want to know.
Give me the information.
Give me. Please, I'm so desperate. Micah, seeing it would be impossible to talk Magdalena around capitulated. So many new words I'm learning. Sighing, she looked to Magdalena and said,
Fine, let's do that then.
That we shall. I've much more to show you. Do try to keep pace with me, my dear Micah, or I shall leave you behind. Then you might never find your way back to my home. Would you care to take my arm, to be on the safe side?
Oh, absolutely.
Please escort me. Hi, Ruin, welcome in. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Hi, everyone. That is very gallant of you, I'm sure, but I think I'll be fine.
So you mean to spurn my affections? Oh, my lady, how you wound me. Magdalena's theatrics might have once brought a smile to Micah's lips, but she felt too preoccupied with Magdalena's injuries to attempt anything approaching merriment. Me too! Me too! Micah had seen those marks for only a few seconds, but they now felt imprinted upon her brain. It was not a sight she would forget in a hurry. Such wounds couldn't be dismissed as mere trifle, no matter how Magdalena had tried to change the subject. Her hastiness to hide the marks had been concerning, as was her caginess. Magdalena was definitely hiding something from Micah, but to what end? Micah could not even begin to guess. Would she give those marks to me? So fucking true. Magdalena and Micah continued to promenade about Magdalena's expansive gardens, neither speaking more than seemed strictly necessary. Magdalena would pause at irregular intervals so as to point out various interesting features to her companion, but otherwise she remained silent, holding one hand to her head to prevent the wind from blowing her hat away. Eventually, however, Magdalena seemed to tire of their aimless wandering. Oh.
Oh.
Wow, sky animation. Oh my god. Oh, I'm bright again. Hold on. I'm glowing! Oh, there it is. Hey, here we go. The sky had continued to grow darker as the minutes passed, and soon began to rain. A faint patina of moisture which fell from the gray clouds above. Wishing to take shelter before a storm could begin in earnest, Magdalena paused by a bench, partially overgrown by tall grass, and took a seat. Yes! Everybody shut the fuck up!
Wow!
Everybody shut up right now! Oh my god!
This is so good.
I'm getting so many CGs so quickly.
Yeah, for
Oh
real.
my god. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, it's so good. We're being fed.
We're being fed very well. This is delightful.
Oh.
Look at how... Oh, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. I love the colors. I love the colors so much. The soft lighting and everything. It's so nice. Oh. Micah sat at Magdalena's insistence, her parasol unfurled to protect both of them from the continued rain, and looked at her companion with some concern. Magdalena had seemed animated enough when they had been wandering about her sprawling gardens, but now her energy has deserted her. She needs to stop being so cute and charming, I know.
Yeah.
Her head drooped, her hat falling from it, while her silvery hair spilled over her shoulders like moonbeams. Then she yawned, a yawn so deep it brought tears to her eyes. The rain continued to fall about them, a steady pitter-patter, while Magdalena wiped her eye with the back of her arm. Oh, goodness me. Magdalena glanced at Micah, abashed but unblushing, her skin the color of alabaster. My apologies, that was quite rude of me. It must seem so churlish inviting you out to a stroll like this, only to yawn in your face. If I were a gentleman, I fear I would have little luck with a lady as fair as you. Oh my god. Why, you would have every right to call me a bore.
If you were a gentleman, I wouldn't be going on a walk with you unchaperoned in the first place. It would be scandalous.
True. So scandalous. Having a walk with a man. Yes, well, I suppose you aren't wrong on that account. That makes me feel fortunate, at the least, to be a woman. I'm also very fortunate that you're a woman. Magdalena giggled, but soon it cleaved before yet another yawn. I'm sorry, I wouldn't blame you, Micah, if you wished to slap me for being so impertinent. I'm not bored of your presence. I can never be bored of you. But, well, I'm so very tired.
It's alright. I wouldn't slap you on account of something so small. It's irrelevant.
But I can't be the most stimulating company, surely, when I can scarcely string 2 words together.
For a woman on the verge of collapse, you've been doing an awfully good job at stringing words together. I would hardly know you were tired, were it not for the bags beneath your eyes. And for the way you've been yawning, of course.
Oh, of course. Magdalena let her hand fall to her lap, and there it rested. Sighing, she shifted closer to Micah then. I apologize, but would you find it horribly presumptuous if I rested my head upon your shoulder for a few minutes? It is very quiet and peaceful out here, you see, among Mother Nature's embrace. I've been dying to get away from my home for the last week. It's so stifling in there. I cannot bring myself to relax. Now that I'm with you, however, I think I might be able to get some decent sleep. Or at least a brief nap.
Then you mean to use me as a pillow?
If you would be so kind. Don't feel like you must indulge me, though. I would not wish to inconvenience you. I worry the weight of my oafish head might not be the most comfortable burden to bear.
Oh no, you can use me as a pillow if you wish. I don't mind.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh, it's so. I love that she's like being 100% serious too. She's like playing it off really well. Also, I'm just noticing how she's got thigh-high boots on. Oh,
yeah.
Oh my god. But she's like playing it off well, but she's very sincerely like, God, is she gonna fucking hate me for me being like so bold to ask this?
Right.
Especially since she's essentially my prisoner right now.
Yeah.
Like, can I lay my little head on your little shoulder?
This is so cute.
So
oh my god.
As far as impositions went, it was not so very great, not compared to those Magdalena had inflicted upon Micah already.
You may do with me whatever you will. Girl?
Do you promise? Do you mean that? Are you sure about that?
Like, ma'am, are those the exact words you're gonna use here?
Are those the exact words you want to say and use? Do you promise? Mm-hmm. Fuck it, me too, girl. Now that is a very tempting offer. Unfortunately for you, I'm too tired to fully indulge in all the delights you might have to offer. For the present, I can think nothing but sleep.
Then sleep. I will watch over you.
Like a guardian angel.
Yes, if you'd like.
Oh, how sweet you are. Oh, and there's also the notion how she was saying that God has like abandoned her too.
Yeah.
Clawing at my walls. Magdalena sighed, then shifted. She let her shoulder press against Micah's, her head resting against hers. Her pale cheek pressed against the fabric of Micah's dress, and her eyelids fell shut. You really must be an angel to care for me so much. I deserve far more than a slab after all I've done to you, but...
Shh.
Oh my god, and the way that they painted, like both of them, but the way that they painted Magdalena's lips too is so pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, and her eyes are so pretty. Ah, I love this art. Micah ran her fingers through Magdalena's hair, her knuckles grazing against her companion's scalp.
Let's not talk about that now. You're tired.
But I've done so many wicked things to you, Micah. I don't know how you can bear to speak to me. How can you stand to touch me? I've done nothing to earn your kindness, and everything to earn your scorn.
Maybe so. But I'm not going to scold you for that now, not when you're in such a state.
And what kind of state would this be, pray tell?
One which is hardly suited for continued conversation. It isn't very becoming for a lady. Please, rest. Is that not what you wanted?
Yes, I suppose it is. I have wanted to rest for... oh, such a long time.
For the last week, you said.
It has been particularly bad this week, but I've been tired for longer than that. Fuck, girl. God. Fuck, I feel you. Jesus Christ. Longer than weeks or months or years. I can't say how long I've missed this sort of warmth. I've been alone for more than a century. It was almost more than I could bear. Until, I suppose, I met you. Your company has been most diverting. If you were to leave, I hardly know what I would do.
Well, you've nothing to worry about on that front. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yes, I know you're not. You can't. I won't let you.
Lena.
Oh my god. Oh
my
god.
god.
Hell fucking yeah. Oh my god. Crazy.
I feel so normal.
I'm so fucking normal right now. Give me 2 damn seconds. I have to feel things. That's fucking nuts. Oh my god. That's crazy. He's like, of course you can't leave. I won't let you. My most normal friends.
That's us.
Hey, I'm going crazy right now. Oh my god. No,
Nope.
No one is more normal. Yes, exactly. I am perfectly normal, insane person. Micah spoke softly, a nickname slipping from her lips despite herself. Yet it seemed unlikely Magdalena had heard it. Her eyelids were shut, her chest rising and falling, and save for the regular exhalations of her breath, she made no sound. She had fallen fast asleep. I remember what we were talking about earlier today, too.
Yeah.
Me fucking passing out. I'm the master of just, like, passing the fuck out anywhere.
Ooh, bright.
Yeah. There we go. I'm trying to, like... Oh, I can include you? Oh, yeah. Well, it's items. Technically, you're not an item on me. Well, never mind then.
Damn.
Yeah. I was trying to give you atmosphere, but I can't do that.
It's okay.
Trying to find a good balance, but then it ends up being like way too dark or way too bright.
Mm-hmm.
Magdalena slept upon Micah's shoulder undisturbed, heedless of the cool breeze which caressed her cheeks and the rain which continued to fall. Her pale skin remained cold and unyielding during her slumber, and her cheeks refused to pinken at the wind's behest. Sorry, I was like, pinken? Pinken?
You're good.
Pinken.
Pinkin?
Yeah. All the while as she slept, Micah watched her, her fingers curled about the handle of her parasol. As they sat there, their bodies pressed close, Micah found herself wishing they could stay as they were, Time slowing and stopping for good. This is a nice breath of fresh air, honestly. The visual novels I usually watch play usually are more slow burn than this. Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They would not be this close on Act 2. We would have to get, like in Lamento, we would have to be fucking 50 hours into the game before they even kissed.
God damn.
Before they even fucking held hands.
Oh.
Crazy.
Sometimes I love a good slow burn, and then other times I'm like, no, I need it now. Like, please give it to me.
Please hurry up. I wonder how long it is. Do we know how long it is to beat this? Hold on, research.
I honestly did not look it up. I don't know.
How long to beat.com. How long to beat Cage of Roses. Let's see if it's available. It's a new game, so it might not be. Nope, no results found yet. Unknown.
Damn.
We'll have to figure out ourselves.
Steam doesn't say it?
Steam, I don't think so.
Damn.
You can try looking if you can find it, but I don't think so.
I'm gonna look real quick. Hold on.
Time did not stop, however, and Magdalena eventually awoke some half an hour hence. She did not speak of what happened after drawing away from Micah, but she did suggest after stretching that they return to her home.
Pause. Please tell me you have downloaded this adult patch for this game.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I searched Cage of Roses on Steam.
What are you talking about?
And it says Cage of Roses demo, and then Cage of Roses adult patch.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean? Wait, hold on.
Tell her, please. Please tell me we have the adult patch.
Wait, hold the fuck on. Hold on. I'm going right now.
Pause.
Hold on. Everybody shut the hell up. Okay. Cage of Roses. How am I not seeing it? I just see Cage of Roses and Cage of Roses demo.
Hold on, I'm Yeah, so if you go to the Cage of Roses game page, it's under content for this game.
Content for this game. Oh, there we go. It has been excluded. Am I not? Did I filter mature? What do you mean I have mature filter on? Huh? Me?
You?
Me have mature filter on? Hold on. What?
Oh, this is good.
No, take this off. What do you mean I have a mature filter on? Are you crazy?
Like, why?
Me? Hold on. Turn that shit off.
That's so funny.
That's hilarious.
So it says, back to the original reason I was here, 95,000 words of text, so approximately 4 to 8 hours of reading.
Really? That's it?
I know.
Oh my god. Hey, let me in. Let me in. Did I not turn it off? Hold on. Where is it? General mature content. Mature content filtering. Product types. Yes. Yeah. Show include following product types. Search options. Hey. Filter. No, don't do that. Do not filter. You don't need to filter. Do not filter. What did? Hold on. Is this the saying that I can? Hold on.
So sorry, chat. We're doing important
This is so important. We need to protect your innocence. You can't be looking at any scandalous content. Some products.
It sure is scandalous. I took a look at it.
May not be appropriate for all. Tick these boxes to indicate which store content. Oh, you can see. Oh, okay. All of them. Show me all.
We want to see it. We want to see it all.
I want to see it. Show me. Show me. Okay. I think that's it. Did I do it? Hold on. Going back. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
It was hidden from me. I didn't see it. That's crazy. What the fuck do you mean, adult patch? Show me. Adult only. You seen this? What's in it? What's in it? Hold on. I'll add it to my library for now because I don't want to accidentally like close out of the game.
Yeah.
But just while I'm here, let me go ahead and save real quick.
Oh yeah, good.
Oh, there it goes. Adult patch downloading. Oh, download complete. Okay, never mind. It's in there now.
Nice.
So what does this mean? Wait, what does this mean?
Bro, I don't know.
This game art does. You seen this? What's in it?
I think some extra CGs. It's either extra CGs or changed CGs.
This optional adult patch includes sex scenes between consenting adult women. Where? When? Because I have to censor it. No, hold on. No, hold on. Do I need to get my censor ready? Now, hold on. When? I need to know. This is so important. The only reason I can do Lamento is because I know kind of when they're happening. I don't know when it's going to happen here. The CGs kind of just pop up. Shit. Well, it's in there now.
We can play the game with or without the extra not safe for work.
We sure can. Hold on. So now, just in case, let me fix my censor bar here. Because I downloaded it, but I don't know if it's implemented in game.
While we're paused for this, I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Okay, go ahead. There we go. Now I have to fix it. This. There we go. Hey, hey, chat. Guess what? So anyway, I didn't know that there was adult content. It was hidden from me. It was a secret from me. What does it look like? Hold on. Do I get a CG preview? We're living dangerously now. Hell yeah, we are. I've always lived dangerously. Wow! The CG is good. Oh my god. You guys can't see this. This CG is good. I can put it in the Discord though. We have the NSFW. I could do it. I'll do it later. Could you just put like a 10-second delay on the gameplay? So if it goes something bad, you can just cut it off before it shows. Oh yeah, I do have a slight delay on, but that's like a typical stream delay. I could put more of a delay, but I didn't. I'm just a master of hitting that sensor. And usually there's a build up to these things. So, oh my god, this art is so scandalous. Wow. I wonder if it gets any more graphic than this, because what I'm seeing right now is very I mean, considerably, it's a little, oh my god, it's a little tame, but this belongs in a museum. This is so beautiful. Y'all, this is great. I can put it in the NSFW part of the Discord, but later. It's for later. Hold on. I'm going to do a Google search. Hold on. I need to see with my eyes. Everybody pause. Let's see. Cage of Roses. Adult patch. Does it have any more imagery? So that I may know. Or is that the only thing? Ooh. Saucy. I'm impatient. Not too bad. It's a good day to be a Discord member, it sounds like. Hey, and you too, if you are the appropriate age, can join the Discord and look at the NSFW server. You too can join. Actually, while we're paused, hold on. Y'all, give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Where's my... You guys give me 2 seconds and everybody in the Discord gets to look at fun content. Because that is your right as appropriate age Discord members. Nope, that's not what I wanted to capture. Go back to here, please. Look, this guy, guys, this is so scandalous. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't believe she told me she just hates me. Wow. You're so funny. There we go. Okay. Is it this one?
Okay, I have returned.
Oh, hi. I'm sending things in the Discord.
Oh.
Everybody who is an appropriate age. I just saw Nosferatu in here. Oh, hi, there you are. Oh, I gotta give you permissions.
Yeah.
There you are. You are a beloved, honored guest. 18
thank
plus.
you.
There you go. All right. And anybody who had ticked the tally on, let me double check that everybody who wants to has selected 18 plus role. Yes. Okay, cool. All right, I'll put it in the GL because that's where it belongs. There we are. And I'm gonna put wee. Wow. There you go. So if you're in the Discord, you get to look at it. If you're in the Discord and have permission, you get to look at it. I should clarify. There you go. Now all of you can see. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anyway, I don't know if that's what we're playing now. I have it downloaded, but I don't know if it's implemented. Holy moly. Yeah. Now talk amongst yourselves. I love women.
I love women.
I love Okay, sorry, this is bad for the VOD. Okay, sorry guys. We'll get back into it. You too can see what's happening if you join the Discord. All right, anyway, I'll come back to that. The delights of her garden had been exhausted, and it was still raining. Magdalena had not wanted to remain outdoors when the weather was so foul. Micah had no words of complaint to offer, so she and Magdalena rose. Magdalena put her hat upon her head anew, and the two once again entered her vast, dilapidated home. Here we are. Home sweet home. Magdalena announced this to the cavernous room full of decades' worth of undisturbed dust, and wrinkled her nose. That's what I would like to call it, at least, but it really isn't much to look at. I'm always struck when I see this place in the sun's light. It's just how run down this place is. Oh, sorry. It's a wonder I haven't contracted a cough, having lived here for so long. I suppose we vampires are a hardy sort. I do worry about you. The dust isn't irritating your eyes, is it?
I'll be fine.
Micah reassured Magdalena, though, in all honesty, her eyes were beginning to water. The air smelled fetid? Fetid? And each inhalation made her nostrils, not to mention the back of her throat, tingle. She could taste the dust upon her tongue, so thick it turned her stomach. She had almost begun to acquaint herself with the general decay of Magdalena's home, having lived among it for so long. The few hours she had spent outdoors had done all her familiarity with her surroundings. Magdalena's abode felt strange and inhospitable once more, in part, I could suppose, because it was. That's just another spelling of fetid? Okay, I thought so.
fetid.
Humans weren't supposed to live like this, in unloved homes choked with old age and their own neglect. But Magdalena wasn't a human. Human needs did not apply to her, not when her own desires were so very unusual. Micah had learned during her walk that Magdalena did need to sleep, however, a fact which made her seem more personable. In some ways, she might have been so very dissimilar to a human after all.
So, are you feeling alright? Your face is very pale.
It always is.
There's
I love when I can read minds. Oh, my powers, they're coming back to me. I see into the future.
back, baby.
I'm coming back. My face is always pale. It comes with the territory. I've no blood of my own, you know. Not like you. I couldn't work up a hearty blush even if I tried.
I know that much, but your under eyes are still very dark.
Oh, point out all my imperfections, why don't you? You have a way of making a girl feel rather exposed, Micah. I'm almost embarrassed.
I didn't mean to embarrass you. I was only...
Concerned? I know. Wasn't that a pretty bad thing in your lore, though? To see the future unavoidable? Yes, it was. It was not fun. But it was because it was uncontrolled and it just happened, unfortunately. Through touching people. It wouldn't just come to me randomly. Sometimes it would, but usually it was through touching people. But maybe one day I can control it better. Who knows? You really are too nice for your own good. I doubt many other women would care for the welfare of their captors half so much. But you are not, as I've since gathered, a typical woman. That you would risk your own life for your mate is unremarkable in of itself.
I'm not so special, really.
I disagree. I lived for a very long time, and I don't believe I met anybody quite like you before. Not that I've been in the habit of receiving guests during the last century, I suppose. You're touching people, so your goal is to see Magdalena's future then? Huh? Maybe. Maybe I would like to get a little close, you know? I doubt my compliments are worth all that much, given my limited frame of reference. You may disregard them if you like, but I mean what I said. I don't tell lies. Why then, my Galante asked, did you not tell me about those marks on your arm? Why did you say it was nothing when it was clearly something? What are you hiding? Micah stared at Magdalena, but found no immediate answers to her queries. It seemed that Magdalena's wounds would remain a mystery. Would Magdalena ever trust her enough to be fully honest? Or would Micah succumb to blood loss before that happened? That was an unpleasant thought. It was in a dour mood that Micah crossed the entrance hall, her footsteps echoing and ascended the stairs. All of a sudden, she too felt awfully exhausted. Micah took the stairs slowly, Magdalena close by. She gave the banisters a wide berth, for they were so covered with dust, and instead kept her arms straight, hanging at her sides like a soldier's. The grand staircase had so many steps, an unnecessary number, or so it seemed to Micah. There was no small difficulty navigating them. Stairs, my enemy. Micah continued on, determined, placing one foot after another, but she felt unsteady. Catch her. Magdalena, sensing Micah's exhaustion, surveyed her with some concern. And you asked whether I was all right. You seem possibly dead on your feet. Are you sure you would not care for my assistance now, my lady?
I'll be fine.
Micah said vaguely, as Magdalena proffered her arm. But this time, Magdalena refused to take no for an answer. Oh, don't give me that. I won't have you slipping and tumbling to the ground, not down a staircase like this, or you could break your neck.
It would be a quick way to go, if nothing else.
Damn.
Damn.
Oh, let's not be macabre about it, Micah. It doesn't suit you.
Would you rather I smile?
Damn. Damn.
Damn.
That was what Micah's mother had always demanded of her. I might be asking too much, I fear. But I would rather see you all in one piece, yes.
For a vampire, you're awfully considerate.
I've got to take good care of my... Yes, I've got to take good care of my guests, haven't I?
Or your prey.
Oh. These two states are not mutually exclusive. Magdalena spoke lightly, but Micah thought she could see a flicker of hurt passing across Magdalena's face. Her remark must have nettled her. Yeah. Magdalena looped her arm through Micah's, cinching their bodies together like two entwined flower stems. Now you're less likely to take a spill as we ascend the stairs.
And if I do, I would drag you down after me.
Plotting my demise, are you? I admire your brazenness, but it will take more than that to best me. And what of the creature that bit you, Micah wished to ask? Did that best you? Micah did not ask, however. She feared further inquiry would only upset Magdalena, and she did not want to do that. Magdalena might have been Micah's enemy, but she was also, paradoxically, her only ally. Micah had wanted to believe, still wanted to believe, in fact, that Magdalena cared for her. But her caring seemed a fleeting sort of thing, something which could be discarded when she required more blood, as she would. Micah turned these thoughts over in her head while slowly ascending the stairs, her arm entwined with Magdalena's.
Oh?
The scrim. I don't know if you heard it, chat, but there was a scrim. But a sound startled her from her morose reverie, a sound she could recall hearing once before, when Magdalena first escorted her through the entrance hall to her new lodgings. It was the sound, though faint, of a scream. Micah's back stiffened, her body tensed against Magdalena's, and rather than push the other woman away, she held her closer still. Sorry, I just had the thought, what if, oh my god, what if it was somebody, what if instead of like her sire, it's somebody that she accidentally turned or something like that? And so it's like a fledgling that she has up there that's going through frenzy. So it's like their first instance of being a vampire, and they're unfathomably hungry constantly.
It's possible.
Oh
here's the thing, there's so many possibilities.
I know.
Like,
the guilt returns. It's making a comeback. Oh my god, that would be so sexy, and I love that. What if she was the sire all along? Whoa. And also this music is back.
This music, I know.
It's bumping. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Micah's back stiffened, her body tensed against Magdalena's, and rather than push the other woman away, she held her closer still. With wide, alert eyes, Micah glanced around. Magdalena had attributed these noises to the wind when Micah had first heard them, but now Micah knew, had always known in fact, that this was a lie. The wind could not make noises such as this, and in any event, though it was a cold day, it was not blustery enough to procure such sounds. It must have emitted from a person's throat. Though what horrors this person must have endured to scream like that remained a mystery.
Magdalena?
Micah looked at Magdalena anxiously, her eyes wide with curious fear.
What is that sound?
Magdalena, for her part, looked almost as fearful as Micah was. There was no surprise present upon her countenance, and Micah could see that she was gritting her teeth. Had Magdalena any blood in her body, it surely would have abandoned her upon hearing those screams. That sound is...
Don't say that it's nothing. It's not nothing. I just heard it again. Whoever is making those sounds must be in a lot of pain. or else they must be very distressed.
And whoever said that it is a person who is making those sounds?
It must be. I can't think of what else would scream so fitfully. And no, I don't believe that it is the wind. Do you have more prisoners locked away in this castle that you're not telling me about?
Why am I not the only one? Believe me, Micah, you'd be far happier believing it to be the wind. No good will come from prying into these affairs.
But I want to know.
Me too. I know you want to know. That's the problem with you. You want to know everything. And I'm sorry, but I must keep some of my own secrets. I've been alive for over a century and have an ample amount of time to accrue them. I doubt I'm alone in this. I'm sure you have some subjects you do not wish to speak of either. Magdalena's red-eyed gaze held Micah's, her irises hard and unflinching. Micah thought, as Magdalena stared, of Walter Gerhard and their engagement, and her feelings or lack of towards him, and she winced. Magdalena was right. She had plenty of secrets she didn't want to discuss either. There was a difference in the severity of their secrets, however. Walter was not, as far as Micah knew, currently incarcerated within the walls of this castle screaming.
If I am to live in this castle, I ought to know who else is residing beneath its roof.
No, you really oughtn't. It's better this way.
But...
Micah, please. This is my cross to bear, not yours. You no need to worry about it. Appeasing the mistress is my job.
The mistress?
Oh. Micah repeated this phrase, seemingly innocuous at first blush, yet containing within it a wealth of unspoken secrets. So there was somebody else residing in Magdalena's abode after all. Somebody Magdalena referred to as her mistress. That must mean that this mysterious person, this mysterious woman, held some degree of authority over Magdalena. What, though, could be more powerful than a vampire? Who was this mistress, and why had Micah never met her? Why was she screaming so, as though she was being tortured?
What is going on, Magdalena?
That is not such a complex question, at least. Magdalena smiled, but it was an ill-fitting smile which hung awkwardly on her lips, like a dress would have been taken in at the waist 2 inches too many. Yep, she must be hungry. She's awfully insistent like that. I was hoping to put this off, but it seems I will take more of your blood tonight after all. I had wanted to give you a brief reprieve from your duties, but it is not to be. I have duties of my own to attend to after all, and my mistress can be very exacting indeed. Oh my god. Oh, back here again. Hell yeah.
Back here again.
Hell yeah. Micah sat up at the edge sat upon the edge of her bed later that night, one arm extended at Magdalena's behest. It was the same arm she had extended to Magdalena the night prior, split with a thin scar like a garish piece of twine. Crazy theory, what if she has like the OG vampire down there? Oh, like the first, do you mean the first one? Like first ever vampire in general? Or are you talking about like just before Magdalena? Magdalena's fingers curled about the underside of Micah's arm to better hold it steady. In her free hand, the one which was not occupied with Micah. Yeah, like the first vampire? Interesting.
Interesting.
Magdalena held a knife, the blade sharp and silvery, even in the weak, wispy moonlight which spilled through Micah's drawn curtains. Just hold still now. There's a good girl. I'll not take more blood than is needed. I can promise you that much. This will be all over in an instant. Micah knew Magdalena meant well, but part of her wished that her captor's fingers would slip and she would nick a major artery, oh damn, which would douse her skirts and her sheets bright red. Magdalena's motions were well practiced, however, just as they had been the night before. Her gloved fingers did not wobble, though her resolve might have. She introduced the blade to the inside of Micah's arm. Micah shivered to feel the cold steel press against her flesh. Magdalena had not cut, not yet at least. but she could feel the edge of the blade and knew the pain it promised. She had endured that pain once before already. Had that not been enough? No. No. Of course not. The anticipation was unnerving. Micah began to shiver. Don't spoil it. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Spoiling a movie in my chat? This is you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
If you're going to do it, then can you please hurry? I cannot stand the waiting.
That's the plot of the movie? I didn't know that. Spoilers. It's okay. It's of something unrelated to the game. You're fine. My apologies. I had hoped to prepare you for it. But I suppose pain is not something one can really prepare for. Not even if they have fair warning. I've seen hardier men than you cry at my heels, though I never cared to be half so gentle with them. It's literally the plot. Is it just like what they show like immediately? It's not like the big twist or whatever? I'm not angry. You're fine. I promise. just jokes and japes. I don't much want to do this myself, but yes, I promise I didn't spoil. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. I promise. It didn't really matter either way. I promise you're okay.
If it makes you feel better, I don't know what we're talking about.
The Substance, it's a movie. It's a recent horror movie that came out. I want to see it so bad. It looks incredible.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's it does have a lot of body horror from what I heard. Like some crazy body horror.
Wow.
And I think the lead actress in it won an award, won an Oscar or something for it.
Oh, nice.
She won of the awards recently. I believe she won something for her performance in it.
That I can appreciate.
Yeah, very, very well acclaimed. Well, never mind that. I will cut now. Hold your breath. And maybe close your eyes if you must. It might help. She's nominated for an Oscar. I don't know if they happen. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, she was nominated at least. Micah began, yet was unable to finish. Magdalena, true to her word, had moved her hand. Blade, once inert, now slicing into Micah's flesh. Sorry, we can focus on women, my bad. No, you're good. You're good. It's totally okay, I promise. Magdalena scored the blade across the inside of Micah's arm, an inch beneath her previous incision. Pain flared up inside Micah in an instant, hot like all the flames of hell. Yeah, that is hot. Fortunately for Micah, however, the incision was made quickly and cleanly. The blade retracted before Micah had a chance to truly register what had occurred. A bowl was soon placed beneath Micah's cut, into which Micah bled, rivulets of crimson trickling down her pale skin and into the basin beneath. Micah did not look at her cut. She could not bear to, but she could feel her life's blood oozing from her. It was incredible just how much the human body could bleed. Yeah, it's about... Oh, fuck. Oh, I knew this! Oh, I knew this! It's in... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I knew this! It's like quite a lot. Oh,
it's a lot.
Fuck.
At least two.
At least two pints. Was it like 8? No, it's gotta be more than that. Fuck, I knew this information. Whatever. Anyway. I was like, I could spit this fact and now it's gone.
Technically, it could be all of it if you couldn't have.
You're so true. Many bloods. It would be a suspicious piece of knowledge to have. Listen! As a writer, you have to look up things that would get you on an FBI watch list.
So true.
The amount of things that I had to look up in the sake of research have been crazy. But listen, I want to have accurate information. The last cut Magdalena had inflicted had been thinner than a paper cut, yet it had bled profusely. Micah wondered whether this blood was meant for Magdalena, or whether she meant to give it to her mistress, the one who had cried earlier, who had been hungry. It must have been where Micah's blood had gone last night. Micah had thought it odd Magdalena had not partaken in her blood in a more direct manner. Well, what was the point in possessing such sharp incisors if one did not use them? By this point, Micah felt as though she had bled for an indeterminate time. Her thoughts were beginning to slow, to become muddled. Her arm stung and she felt sick. She didn't want to look at the slick, sleek crimson which daubed her skin, nor Magdalena's pale, pinched face. She was afraid that Magdalena would look just as upset, if not more so, than she did herself, and Micah couldn't bear that. She did not want to pity Magdalena now, not when she felt so enervated. I think that should be enough. Micah heard a soft thud as the offertory bowl was set aside, and she felt something soft and wet dab at the inside of her arm, against her cut which still continued to bleed. Magdalena must have been wiping her cut clean with the kitchen knife, or the kitchen knife. Where did that come from? That was crazy. Where the hell did that come from?
That is not how that works.
That's not at all what that says. With a kerchief. Where the hell did that come from?
Who knows?
Finally, Micah chanced to crack her eyes open. Her eyelashes fluttered as she surveyed Magdalena, the world once blurry, now sliding into focus, like a dial turned on a telescope. I'm sorry to do this to you, Micah. Not that my apologies mean very much, I suppose. It's not like anything I could say now could erase all I've done. With Micah's blood having been collected, Magdalena soon took her leave. She tucked the bowl against her side, her slender fingers curled about it, then exited Micah's chamber, closing the door behind her with a thud. There was a familiar click of a lock, which seemed to echo inside Micah's skull, then silence. Micah was once more quite alone. Oh, back to dramatically laying across my red silken sheets. Oh. Left weary after the day's events and the inside of her arm still stinging, Micah lay down upon her bed and looked to the ceiling. A yawn forced its way from her parted lips. Her eyelids began to droop. Oh no, I'm gonna yawn. Now all of you get to yawn. Before she allowed sleep to claim her, however, she felt her thoughts turning to Magdalena. She thought of the dark bruises beneath her eyes, from a lack of sleep, or so she had said, and the sickly pale pallor of her skin, white as leprosy. She thought of the violent red marks which ringed her wrist, which she had hurried to hide. She thought of the screaming she had heard while tarrying in the entrance hall, and of the way Magdalena had flinched to hear it, and her reassurances, feeble though they were, that those screams were not for Micah to trouble herself over. Appeasing the mistress is supposed to be my job. Who was this mysterious mistress of whom Magdalena spoke? Micah knew not, but she must have been somebody with leverage over Magdalena, powerful enough that even a vampire would grovel before them. Micah turned over in her bed, the wooden bed frame creaking in protest, and trembled. At least now she could say for certain that she and Magdalena were not alone in this castle. There was another person sequestered away in one of the many rooms Micah had never before been in, Magdalena's mysterious mistress. It was somewhat satisfying to have her earlier suspicions proven right, but Micah did not feel any more at ease now than she had upon waking that morning. If anything, it was the exact opposite. How awful must Magdalena's mistress be? Even Magdalena was afraid of her. Micah hardly dared to imagine it. If she allowed her imagination to run riot, as the roses in Magdalena's garden did, she feared she would never be able to sleep again. Dust and Decay, read the second act. Act 3!
Ooh.
Ooh, yippee!
Yippee!
Oh my god. And so this would be a good place to save.
I was about to say a good place to save.
Yeah. And now we're back
I
with
had it.
Penny.
I was about to say I have a feeling we're gonna go back to Henny.
Yeah. Okay. And then this would probably be a good place to stop for now.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Well, now guess what we get to look at?
CG!
CGs! Oh, we got. Hold on. Sorry, we got 2 things that are locked. What's locked? Let me see. Is it what I think it is?
I'd probably.
Is it what I think it is?
Oh.
Yippee!
Oh, it's so good.
Oh my god, I love it so much. She's just a little lady. Oh, we still have quite a few left.
Yeah.
We're flying through them, though. I didn't expect this to be so short.
I know.
Yippee!
This one was my favorite so
yeah,
far.
I love it. I love it so much. I can't help but adore this just because of, like, you know, her arms and everything. Oh, and she looks like such a
She looks so
gentleman.
princely.
I
yeah.
know, I love it.
And I love the contrast of the blue flowers in the hat.
Oh my god, I know. So gorgeous. This whole staging is so nice.
Yes.
In a lot of the artwork, it has just like the smallest tints of blue to offset some of the like all the dark and the reds, because she's got the blue in the hat, and then also with Micah's eyes. I love when my ladies look like princes. So fucking real.
Yeah, same.
The other one was when I was looking at here, I noticed how you see on the glove or on her sleeves that bright blue there to offset all the rest of these dark colors.
Yeah.
Such good contrast. I
It's
love
just
that so
it's
much.
just this like smallest details.
Smallest
that are,
touch
like,
of blue
chef's
that
kiss.
yeah. And then I think it was in, I mean, yeah, with this too, how like,
I mean,
yeah,
even
that bits of blue.
hovering over them, you can see it.
It's so bright in comparison. Because Micah's eyes are supposed to be, so much more blue. And yeah, the blue beads and stuff like here too. Great concept art. And this is where Micah's eyes are more prominent. Again, the blue to offset the red. Nice color palette. Nice, beautiful color palette. Love it here. Love it here. So good. Oh, do you think the small touches of blue are for her mistress? She wants more red in her wardrobe because of Micah. Maybe. It might also just be a general design choice, but that is a good thought.
Yeah.
I do enjoy that concept. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Well, we'll see what the future holds for us. It's so interesting. I didn't expect us to get so this little plot twist that we're having here.
I know. I'm genuinely surprised. Like I did not see it coming.
Yeah, I guess that's why it's a plot twist.
Yeah. But sometimes plot twists are like
you can
obvious,
you can see it coming.
Like,
yeah.
I did not see this coming at all.
There we go. Change that back. All right, we'll head to just chatting. There we are. All right. Are you having fun? I'm having so much fun.
I'm having a fantastic time.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad to play this with you.
Yeah, I'm so glad for you having me.
Yeah, I thought we would have like so many more streams, but we might actually finish this in like 2 more streams.
Yeah, if not 1 with the way it's going.
Yeah, we'll see. Because we did, I mean, last time we did one of the acts we did it in 2 parts, didn't we? Or did we finish all of 1?
We finished all of 1 for sure, and then we did part of 2, and then we finished 2 today.
Okay.
So we have all of 3 left, and it feels like 3 might be the last.
I would think so. Usually things are split into 3 acts.
Yeah.
If you do 4 acts, that's like, shit, it better be good.
Yeah.
Because that would be because 4 acts is like pushing it. 3 is like the usual how you go. But we'll find out. I didn't expect to go through it so quickly. And we'll see what the adult patch is all.
I know, right?
Okay, so this was what was confusing me, because why is it not showing why wasn't it showing the adult patch to me? But when I've searched like other games that I have in my library that are definitely adult content, it just comes up.
I have no idea. Gonna be 100% honest with you.
That's so interesting.
I do know that Steam's wording is kind of confusing.
Yeah, I guess so.
But overall, like, I don't know.
This patch adds additional adult and SSW scenes between Micah and Magdalena to the game. And play the same story without a hell yeah. Thank God. Well, I guess I'll just have my sensor screen at the ready. It's in there now. Potentially. It's downloaded, so.
I keep seeing these two characters in the trailer video, and I'm like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I want to
I'm
know.
like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? What about 3 acts and a finale? I mean, usually the third act is the finale. But,
yeah.
But I don't know. Could be. No idea.
You never know.
You never know. We're gonna have to find out. All right. Well, that's it for us today. And that's it for my week. Oh my God. I had a stressful week.
you had a long and stressful week, and finally.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, finally. Tomorrow, after I'm done with work, I'm gonna fucking sleep.
You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. And then I'll also upload my schedule for next week, dude. The biggest thing we got going on is next week. Natsu's gonna be on, and we're gonna hang out.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's just fun and exciting. And then me and you, if we'll talk about it if you're available next week to continue.
Yeah. I should be.
Yeah.
So
you look at your affairs and just let me know.
Will do.
All right. But that's it. I'll give you guys updates on what's going on next week later. But I'm so EPCP and tired. So
it's very EP.
Yeah.
Bedtime.
Very, very bedtime for me. All right. Biggest thing also is hopefully we finish. Oh yeah, potentially. I hope we do. All right. So we'll see you guys next week. I'll let you know whenever me and Doppler are able to continue with Cage of Roses. I'm so excited to see where this heads, and also to see the rest of the cast of this game.
I'm gonna have to buy this so I could replay it.
Yeah, you absolutely should.
I need this in novel form also.
Yeah.
I also just need it tattooed to my eyes.
I was gonna say tattooed directly into my eyes.
Yeah.
the whole thing. All right, everybody. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.